So, welcome everybody to our fourth Biological Physics and Meaning mini-conference.
Our speakers today will present different aspects of personal revelation, spiritual experience, and human potential development, evoking valuable and necessary questions and challenges for us to explore when looking at humanity's potential and future directive. Each one of these speakers, in their own unique way, has committed their lives to supporting people and to bringing awareness of the human need for growth in their different areas of insight and expertise. Three of the guests today are deeply involved in the areas of science.
Our first speaker today is
Sirisha and Sahit Bhagavatula. Sirisha is the founder of Spell Your Voice and a certified rapid prompting movement practitioner. She has extensive experience in training and teaching special individuals utilizing diverse modalities, particularly those who have challenges in traditional communication methods. Sirisha will be presenting on unlocking potential beyond diagnosis, how a mother's belief is always powerful and transcends any diagnosis. Today she will be joined by Sahit, her son, and together they will share the journey of unlocking Sahit's potential and discovering the extraordinary ability to connect with the universe within the body of an autistic individual. This journey began when Sahit was diagnosed at 14 months with autism, initiating a quest for answers to heal his body and optimize his brain function. Sirisha believed in a hidden world behind the autistic body. It was her pure intention and dedication in arranging pebbles to seek answers to the unknown that led to Sahit's exceptional ability to connect his body with universal energies.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sirisha Bhagavatula. I'm from Maryland, USA. Greetings to everyone from many parts of the world. And I'm here today to present our journey with my son. We are a family of four. My oldest is 17, he's Sahit, and my youngest is 10, Sarvani. And Sahit is the main reason why we have learned so much in the life. And from here, as we move on, from the moment of a child is born, a mother perspective and intuition becomes boundless. And that is where everything started. And how to unlock that potential, which as an intuition, I would assume it is boundless. And it is an innate wisdom and a deep understanding that transcends all limits and guides in many ways that both profoundly and powerfully. So today I want to share how limitless the situation or the intuition that can be with my special boy, Sahit. So I would like to start with how we have to have the presumed competence from the time of diagnosis. And that's the reason we chose the title saying unlocking potential beyond diagnosis. So a diagnosis would give us an idea, but there is more potential beyond diagnosis. Diagnosis would be the starting point, but there is an endless and boundless potential that can be unlocked. So we'll see how Sahit's early years were. Sahit was born on December 29th, 2006. Perfect baby with no complications at the beginning. Slowly, the food allergy started as we observed. He was my first child. And surprisingly, back then, I didn't know what was the meaning of autism, because that was the first time me hearing the word autism. And then, like, is it some kind of an allergy or a virus? What is it? And then we started to explore more as we saw the development started to decline when he was 18 months old. We could observe different changes in his body, like asthma. So we were already going through different journeys, like how to help him with his asthma, how to help him with his allergies. He used to have a milk allergy. So we were to that point, and as we saw that his development started to slow down, and emotionally, it's very important to understand autism than physically at the beginning. Because at the beginning, emotional imbalances would create a disturbance in the field of the parents not to know where to go, what to do, what is the perfect direction. So not knowing these made us to try to think what could be our next steps. So what could be a mission to discover and implement support strategies for my son Sahid, because he had his own world where he was hyper. We could just hold his hand and as tight as I can when I go out. Otherwise, he's going to just slip away. So that's where the journey started, when we try to match our physical energy with his physical energy, trying to understand him, like what's going on. Not every child is running around, but my child is. That was our first observation. Like he is a little hyper, he is active. And as he was the only child in our community who had autism in 2006. So I had no ways to compare to see what could be a development if the child is lacking behind, because everybody were just going in a typical path and he was the only special child. And we had to explore what could be our next steps. So the emotional impact, yes, the emotional impact at the beginning, there was a denial period, like every parent goes through a denial period where like everything will be fine. I think he's a little delayed. He's going to talk very quickly. And then comes in the family perspective where like, you know what, that uncle of my husband spoke late. So I think he went through him. He's going to speak late too, but he's doing fine now. So waiting was one time would heal, but not doing what you are supposed to do will not heal things. Time might heal few, but not would give you an answer. So the psychologist prognosis was very hard on us. It was what the psychologist shared with us was it would be very difficult to understand emotions. Like Sahith would never understand emotion. And he cannot process the language that we speak. And the prognosis that we got from the psychologist saying that he would only observe the mouth would be moving, but he cannot process what they're trying to say. The cognitive abilities are not going to improve more than a 2-year-old, even he is a 20-year-old. So all these were the prognosis given to us by the psychologist, which really impacted emotionally. But having that emotional impact will not solve what will not answer questions that we wanted to see for. And then we started to create a journey which was dedicated as a one-on-one time that we can give to our son. And that's very important. When you have an obstacle, instead of ignoring it, instead of just giving it time, sometimes we have to dedicate our energy and our time with our children so that you can see there will be a difference when you give that one-on-one time. So we gave in every hour, like 5 to 6 hours of one-on-one time with him with no technology and him just interacting with us. We saw an amazing improvement back then. Then we understood it's all on the parents. If you are able to understand your child, his needs, his wants, yes, you will see an improvements and you'll see an amazing progress. So yes, we did see a significant progress. We homeschooled him. Sahit was at a point that he didn't know why he should get onto the bus. Why should I put on this jacket on? So it was a journey where we had to teach him, because it's cold outside, you have to put on the jacket. instead of fighting for him just to putting on the jacket on. So we made him to go outside, feel the cold. Now, do you think you want to comfort yourself? Come inside and let's put on the jacket, like learning tactilely. And it was then we learned one thing, that we have to teach him in a different path rather than how I learned when I was young, or when I've seen moms parenting their kids, like you put on the jacket and they just put on and move on. No, that doesn't work for us. We have to teach him the tactile way. It's a different way of teaching him, but he's going to learn. Just the teaching approach has to change. That was our foundation blocks to see how we can unlock the potential beyond diagnosis. So as we move on, Carrie, let me know if I'm going a little fast. Okay, perfect. Okay. Yes, as we know that, yes, we have to give some time and how we have to improve our potential and teach him in a different way so that we can see those results from Sahit. Sahit has overcome many barriers. So at the beginning, he had his speech that was lost, and then slowly the speech started to come, but there was no clarity of speech. And then came in again the prognosis and diagnosis of apraxia. Apraxia, where the clarity of speech wouldn't be there, but we tried to make him to say the letters, say the words, and I became his speech therapist. I became his occupational therapist. I was his, what kind of therapy you want? I just turned into that to see by myself, what is a change that I can provide to him. So he's being nonverbal and limited speech impacts effective communication. True, until he was 9 years old, his speech was more of wants and needs. Just want, because I want to eat food, I'm going to ask for food. And I was like, okay, thank God he's asking for food. And he wants to go out, he'll put on his shoes and he'll get on his shoes. So those basics were met. And as things pass by, time will not heal automatically all by itself. We have to give our strength to it, our way of healing power to it, then time would definitely heal. That was my and my husband's way of looking at a situation. So when he was 9 and 10, he started to use his physical force to communicate because the distress levels were growing up. There's more that he wanted to say, but only what he could get it out of speech were his basic wants and needs and regular OCD words going on. So teaching the children to convey his emotions and thoughts are very important. At the beginning, as you see, we were moving stages by stages, like knowing him first. And then we want to see like what might help him, how he would know and connect to the world. And the wants and needs were met, but that wasn't enough. As a human being, we have to learn to communicate. And when you're using your physical force to show your distress, or when you're expressing your needs, then that is not a proper way that they are feeling not good, the kids at their point. So importance to teach and convey their emotions and thoughts. So we took many approaches to see how to heal him within and how to train the brain. We took a very rounded approach. Me and my husband, we took a very rounded approach of giving him clean food as medicine and alternative therapies, where we teach him on how to learn to ride a bike, how to learn to ride a hoverboard, how to learn to ride a skateboard. So we have taught that direction as well, and how to heal him using different alternative medicines like homeopathy. So as a rounded approach, training the brain, training the body, and healing the body from within, and using food as medicine. This was our rounded approach to see how we can help him. That was helping him, but he was not able to express himself. Still, there was a barrier where, no, there is more going on. My speech is not enough. And then comes in the key question for many parents: how to teach reliable expression when the speech isn't enough? That was a question. I think my son being semi-verbal, there are many verbal kids as well. How can I teach my son reliable communication rather than just repetitive communication? Some use mirror neurons. You say it, I'm going to memorize it and say it out. But what is the comprehension behind it? The speech doesn't connect to the comprehension part. So how can we connect the dots? Then comes in the spiritual sense that we have. We are very fortunate to have the spiritual connections as we belong to the Indian roots. So that's where we always believed that there is a higher power who would give us the energy and show us the correct path, because we have the will to do it. And the will is very strong. The stronger the will, the clearer the path. That was our major motto. Me and my husband, we were definitely connected by that spiritual energy who showed us you can unlock your child's voice, which is hidden inside him. And I think as we move on, I'm going to share you how did we come up with the name of my practice. It's called Spell Your Voice. And here comes in how we discovered Sahit's voice. So importance of reliable motor movements of pointing and spelling has unlocked his inner voice. So when I say reliable motor movements, like eating is a motor movement, drinking is a motor movement, following direction is a motor movement. So when we teach him on how you are not able to speak, but there is a language inside your head, speech is so different and language is so different. So when you have language inside your head, there is a pathway that can come out. Maybe speech is not your pathway, and there is other pathways that we can explore. So we taught him on how he can use his pointing skill of connecting to that language part and then able to express his wants and needs. So teaching him to communicate was a game changer, to know him, who as a person is inside behind the physical body. And changing the perception of autism through expressing abilities. That was a miracle that me and my husband at the beginning have witnessed it. So there is so much going on. Once we taught him on how to point and spell, he started to connect to the situations when he was 3 years old. Sometimes when he was 5-year-old in a school and he saw one of his friend eating a whole crayon. And he was just looking at him and the friend was eating a crayon. And we asked him, then what were the teachers doing? And he said the teachers were chit-chatting and my friend just ate up the whole crayon. So that is how he started to communicate and slowly coming up with more connection to what he knows. And these 26 letters were the infinite possibilities. There is a river of emotions going on by just pointing at the letters. So the letters have turned into his emotions. Letters have turned into his thoughts. And we started to find answers since he was young when he was screaming. Like, what's going on, Sahit? Why are you screaming? Is there something that we can help you? And the way he was able to express was a gift given to us. And we always feel like as our will was so strong, our pathway was very clear, which is connected to that spiritual energy. And as we think like our will was strong and we are connected to spiritual energy, as we turn around, Sahit's spiritual energy is way beyond our imagination. And when we were able to witness his connection with the energy that he can absorb, then we would start with more like knowing you, who you are behind this body was more important to know my son from within. Until now, we knew him as a boy who has the diagnosis, who is having some behaviors, who is running here and there, who wants to eat. He's a teenager, he's always hungry. So it's like that. As we were moving on, we would ask him, one day he would just sit and cry. And I'm like, okay, what's going on? What is happening? He would share, it's just mood swings, mom, give me some time. I'm like, good. I just gave him some time. He cried for some time and he was relaxed. Otherwise, a cry is always connected. As a mom, I would connect a cry to a pain. And then I drill down to myself. When I was a teenager, my mom used to say, why do you cry for small things? And I'm like, yes, I can connect this. And it was like, I was very emotional when I was a teenager. Things would hurt me very quickly. But I could connect to that, and I gave him some time and he was fine. As things rolled on, we were able to know him. The teenage was here. And then comes in a little more challenges. So the journey of the diagnosis and autism is more like a journey of learning. The more we learned in every step, we learned in every obstacle. Every tantrum gave us a new pathway to teach him, okay, you know what, this works and this doesn't work. So as we were moving on, you hear him in the background. So we move on in the teenage life. Then we were able to, we were witnessing seizures. So that's when seizures came in, which wasn't easy at all for parents to see your child seize. But because as he knows his body more than parents, that was our strength to believe him. Like, you know your body more than me. So you tell me, what is it that you want to do? What is happening? And when he was able to express out, like what is happening in his brain and how he can look inside himself. And I think Dr. J has also witnessed when he started to say that my right frontal lobe is more weak. That is where I think the seizures are producing. And we went to Johns Hopkins, we got an EEG, we met Dr. J in New York. He read his EEG and told us that, yes, your son is right. The seizures are starting on the right frontal lobe. So then it was like, he knows more than me regarding his body. And then we gave him it's not giving him the control, we gave him to take the decisions for himself, as we do it for the teenagers. You know your body well, you take few decisions for yourself. And how he was able to express himself and how he can handle his seizures and the food allergies. It could be the food sensitivities that are growing with his hormones. He would say, I love to eat these potatoes, but they are literally bothering me a lot. So, and then he would say, just don't get potatoes, don't feed even my sister. If she's eating, I cannot stop grabbing a potato from her. Then we had to convince the sister, saying that that's okay, you can eat once he's able to handle it. We can go outside. We're not going to get potatoes at home for quite some time. Later on, we'll see how we can handle that. As we are continuing learning with Sahith, as Sahith is able to express himself, we thought an inclusion is something would build his self-esteem. And anytime inclusion starts at home, inclusion starts in the community between your friends. If you include him, he is the one who can communicate with each other, and he is the one who can teach others and open up himself beyond the possibility that we can think. Like Joshua can have a different question. I might not even think to ask him that question. And like, as you can connect with Sahith, he is definitely a special boy, special in the sense, I don't feel I'm a complete human, but Sahith is. There is a completeness in him, as his thoughts are very complete. His emotions are very complete. My emotions go up and down all the time. But for him, the situation might vary, but the emotion stays the same. The thoughts stay the same. And building strength in the community and building the confidence and self-esteem was the building blocks for him to be more independent, to be able to communicate. So here, he is Sahit. He looks more chubby. This was from a photo of 2019. The teenage made him a more like a chiseled look now. Now you'll see him with a little beard. So Sahit is an enthusiastic speller who can create magic using words of wisdom. So we asked him, because you know so much in your brain, why can't you have a college degree? Right? As I'm having a college degree, I would ask my son also, because you are so clever. No, he said, no, I'm not after those papers of degree. There is more in my life to do. And he chose his profession as a memory writer. Memory writer, I've never heard of him, heard of that profession. As usually, I went to the Google and Googled, who do you think is a memory writer? And instead of asking Google, I asked Sahit, who do you think, Sahit? What do you mean memory writer? And he defined a person who can magnify an event or an occasion by providing magical write-up as a memory to be cherished. And he is blessed with many clients now, where he has been writing memory write-up for a 25th anniversary couple from India, a 30th birthday for one of my friends in New York, one of my friend's son in New York. So the journey of spirituality and his main motive, why do you want to become a doctor, is more like, I want to help the community so that they are more healthy. How come a memory writer? What is your motive behind becoming a memory writer? And he said he wants to guide the community or guide the people in the path of spirituality. And spirituality has nothing to do with race and religion. If one is spiritual, they can have abundance of happiness to share with the world. And that is what I think the world needs the most right now, being more spiritual and spreading the happiness. And I love this phrase that Sahit always said, the miracle we all experience every day is living this life. And I always try to repeat few of his writings, and like I have to read them daily so that I have to feed myself. And that's the reason why I say Sahit is like a complete human. The way he thinks, it's always balanced. With me, things go up and down. So I have learned a lot from him. I have learned a lot from my students as well. The way they express their emotions teach me how I can become a better person every single day. And as we all know, I would like to share a few of his writings. We know about the golden goose fable, where the farmer would kill the goose when the goose is laying eggs. But the way he shared his moral of the story would be like, humans are made to live at the fullest, thoughtful enough to find ways to fill the pot of life. The glory behind the pot size isn't determined. The furious humans are in rush to fill the pot to its fullest without realizing the size of the pot. This results in dissatisfied species who are the smartest on the planet. Anytime he would write, I would reflect that to myself and learn from it. And I think that would be a daily learning, how I have to realize that I don't know what is the size of my pot. I don't know what is this, when would the life end? So instead of just filling the pot, I have to find ways on how thoughtful enough I have to fill the pot. And there are many lessons I have learned with Sahit, many from my students. And he would always say, so he wants to become a memory writer in Varanasi. Varanasi is a small city in India, and he is very much connected to the city. And he has been experiencing, I think his spiritual outcome more increased a lot after we visited Varanasi, and how he could connect himself not to the physical effects of Varanasi, but the spiritual way of looking at that city. They say Varanasi is the oldest city on the planet. And there could be a reason why it is so old and why it has given that much of strength for Sahit. And yes, this is something very recent that he spoke about, the sound. How the spiritual sound, we have a mantra is more common now, like the Om is a mantra. So how can that connect with the scientific way? So the universe is filled with sound, but our earth is the only planet that is balanced with 5 elements. Sound generated by other planets reach our earth. The time and the position of earth impacts how it reacts to the frequency of the outer space. There is a particular sound wave that sun emits, which by reaching the earth generates energy field to give life on earth a chance to uplift. Our rishis and munis have the knowledge to multiply this energy field, hence segregated the auspicious time very wisely. If the time of the year is near to the cycle of completing one revolution, that implies one should get ready to fast our bodies and fill with cosmic energy that reverberates to the Mount Kailash and the month of Kartik. So this is the month of November when everything resets. The mantras, the shlokas, and the stutis are the non-perishable treasure given to us in a sound form to multiply our inner energy field on this magical planet Earth. So this was his, and here comes in his 2023 Christmas greeting. And this greeting is connected to everybody now who is on earth. I feel that happiness hides behind simple gestures. Loving the life given by God is the ultimate happiness. Every moment of celebration is filled with life. This Christmas, let's rejoice the love of a fellow life. Life is the only precious thing we all have, so let's celebrate it with love and laughter. Yes, so here I have, this is my website called spellyourvoice.com. You can read more posts of Sahit here. I have helped many students here in Maryland and all over the world online, where they have unlocked their voice and they have spelled their voice using the technique. So you can follow me on YouTube and on Facebook, and my website has a blog where all of my students and their magical words, I have them on the blog. And I'll ask Sahit to join me now. Here we have Sahit, and he's going to type on the keyboard, and you can hear him. Sahit, what do you say? You heard me. I spoke everything about our journey. What do you say? Let me increase the volume. Go ahead.
THIS. This. IS. Is. S. O. So. NO. STALI. Nostalgic. TO. 2. HEAR. Here. OUTR. Outer. JOURNEY. Journey. This is so nostalgic to hear outer journey. THE. The. TIME. Time. IS. Is. HERE. Here. WE. We. HAVE. E, have, T, O, 2, L, E, A, R, N, learn, H, O, W, how, T, O, 2, C, O, N, N, E, C, T, connect, T, O, 2, I, T. The time is here. We have to learn how to connect to it.
This is a nostalgic to hear our journey. The time is here. We have to learn how to connect to it. Okay, Carrie, can we move to the questions if anybody has any
Of
questions?
course, yeah, let's open up. Maybe if we stop screen sharing, so Teresa,
Sure.
then we can open the floor for anybody who wants to.
I think it would be nice if Jay tells something to us about his experience with Sahid, because Jay, it's a wonderful friend of Sahid and Sirisa and the family. We met Sahid and Sirisa through Jay, by the way. And he's also his doctor, as Sirisa was saying, a neurologist who understands really well the miracle of this situation that we have witnessed. And Jay was the first-hand experience to that. And of course, Carrie and I and Kali went to visit his family, which is the ashram of the Embassy of Peace in Maryland now.
Yes, yes, I can't forget that.
Yeah. So I think, Jay, it would be nice if you say some words about your experience with Sahid and family.
I will never, ever forget my experience with Sahid. I could develop severe Alzheimer's disease. And if you say to me at some point when I'm 90 years old, do you remember your friend Sahid? I have the story as clear to me as it will always be. I, have for the last 8 years have focused predominantly on neurodegenerative diseases. So when Sahid's family reached out to me, I basically said, look, I haven't seen, autistic children or adults for like 10 years. Go see somebody else. And they insisted on seeing me. Turns out that they booked their appointment at 4:00 on a Friday afternoon in November. And so 4:00 goes by, 4:30 goes by, 5:00 goes by, 5:30 goes by, and finally, my assistant says they're lost, don't leave. So I ended up waiting, and this discussion was, it blew my mind at the point when I asked Mom if Sahid was understanding our conversation about his autism. And she said, why don't you ask him? And I was like, what do you mean ask him? He's nonverbal. She goes, no, but he understands everything that you're saying. And I said, if he understands what I'm saying, can I ask him some questions about how he feels things are wrong with him? And she go, okay, go ahead. So she hands him the same board that you just saw right now. And he's writing like rigorously, like really, really fast. And she's reading out, trying to read out sentences. And what came out of this was that he believes that his autism is caused by antibodies to the hypothalamus. So when to me, it was like, I realized at that point that I couldn't help Sahid. Sahid only could help me. It's one of these kind of things like, okay, this guy understands everything that about his own condition, and it completely changed my concept about what autism is, because I think most people that see somebody nonverbal or who are autistic believe by reference that they're completely internally focused and have no relatability to the external world, which is exactly the opposite of who Sahit actually is. So we started having a very deep discussion. And he said to me something to the effect that the people in the Jewish faith believe in reincarnation, which, by the way, a lot of people don't know, but the Jewish faith, we do believe in reincarnation. And he started to tell me that he was a guru in a previous life that chose to become autistic so that he could make the world aware that the problem with autism is not that they don't feel. The problem is they feel way, way greater than we do. Way greater.
H-E-L-L-O. Hello. M-Y. My. B-R-O-T-H-E-R. Brother. J-A-Y-J. Hello, my brother J. Y O U U A R E R. You are S O. So G O O D. Good. W I T H. With you are M E M O R Y. Memory. A B O U T. About. So good with your memory. About.
About what?
About.
Mhm.
W A N D E R I N G. Wondering. I N N B R O N C S. Bronx. T O 2 S E E C Y O U U. So good with your memory about wandering in Bronx to see you.
So it was the Bronx. I think we had a wrong address. We were in New York, Bronx.
That's right.
And
That's
we
right.
were wandering in Bronx until like 5:30. Our appointment was at 4 for a 2-hour appointment. And we came at 5:30 all the way back driving. True. Yes, we were there. And that was the first time we met you, Dr. J.
I hope you still save that picture of us hugging each other.
Yes, you both
because-
had, and yes, I have the picture.
And I think you said that was the first time that that there was
He-
the ability to let somebody that he didn't know into his space that closely.
Yes, and the smile. See, when it's very tough for him to have that appropriate smile when we click the image. And that picture, when you see, you cannot make out that, oh, wow, that smile was so ready. And yes, he could connect with you.
You have to find that picture for me because I never keep my photos. I always lose my phones and my photos, and that's why I need a memory writer in my life.
Well, just to add to Jay's story, you mentioned in one of your poetry, Sahid, that life is about filling the pot. Well, let me tell you, in ancient Israelite wisdom in Kabbalah, we are advised to build a vessel so that we can receive the blessings of light in the world. So I imagine that the pot, it's us, and that there are many things that we can receive And then the more we can receive eventually with proper training, the more we can give. And that shows up really well today. And I just, since I've met you, I've been so touched by my friendship with all of you. And Sahid, my conversations with you are like brother to brother too. So I can experience, firsthand experience, and I'm grateful to Jay and all of you, but Jay that put me in touch with you, the reality of building a vessel and fill it up with something beyond what the sensory input gives you, and be able to bring something into the world with sensory signals, so that we can connect with something which is not necessarily sensory. It's more something of the spirit or something of the soul. And you also mentioned Varanasi. Varanasi, it's a place that I've been. And the first time I was in Varanasi, when I look at the Ganges for the first time, I had tears in my eyes and a grace that I couldn't explain, and I didn't have to explain it. And Anisha, my friend, and I went and sat down by the shores of the Varanasi, but we were looking at the other side of the river. People were drumming and chanting. And I said to God, wow, it would be great to be there, in my mind, you know. And then I mentioned to Anisha, it would be great to be there. And before we know it, like 500 meters to a kilometer away, a guy breaks from the circle of drumming, we can see him, gets into a little boat that he rows. He steps out of the boat in the side of the shore where Anisha and I are sitting. He comes straight at me, looks in my eyes and Anisha, and says, would you like to come to the other side to chant with us? I mean, there's no way that sensory information of my conversation with Anisha was there, unless he had a mic and he was a spy. But I don't believe that. I think he really picked up the message and came and picked us up. So Varanasi for me is a very important place. And so put that on your memory writing, you know, journey, so that you can write the memory of this story, because I think it connects.
Yes, I'll ask Sahid how he wants to respond to what we said.
B E B T H O U G H T F U L. Thoughtful. O F of F I L L I N G. Filling. T H E. The. P O T. Pot. Be thoughtful of filling the pot.
Be thoughtful of filling the pot. I think you were talking about the vessel as you are filling the vessel. So be thoughtful of what you are filling the vessel. I think the pot is life, and what we are getting into the life and how we are filling in, we have to be thoughtful. True.
I agree, Sahid. We have to choose very carefully our thoughts, because not every thought that goes through our mind is a thought full of life and happiness. So it's important to understand, you know, what are the different sources of thoughts and where they're coming from. And that can take a little while for many people to understand who they are, what's their identity, and how to choose their own thoughts amongst the pool of, let's say, the collective unconscious, to learn to know yourself within all this cacophony of voices.
Any more questions, or you want to say something?
Y
Slow.
H I hi K A L I Kali I D N T Eat H E A R here Y O U T A L K talk. Hi, Kali, I didn't hear you talk.
Hi, Kali. I didn't hear you talk.
Hi, Teresa. Yeah, beautiful to be here with everyone today. And It's very inspiring. And for me, the filling of the pot is with the Creator's spiritual values and qualities, like love and grace and balance and truth and humor. And then we can share that with everybody that we meet.
Yes, yes, very true. I agree. Any
Yeah,
question?
and meeting your family is one of the biggest gifts of my life as well.
Oh,
You're so dear to my heart.
Should we
yes.
like sign a petition that only women can run for political offices going forward? Is that like a politically incorrect suggestion? Only women, men have to be, they can't serve in political office. They can't. Can you imagine because of the love and the energy that the woman's soul has, you know, men, I think, need to be taught and instructed on religion and spirituality, and I think women intuitively understand things that us men are not capable of understanding. And you know, that's why I think that the woman's mind is connected more to the heart. And not making generalizations with, oh, you know, you're a sexist or, you know, you're making these kinds of claims. I'm talking about that the biology of the brain is basically, hi Dwight.
Unmuted.
Okay. Sorry. That our hemispheres are divided right now. The idea that we have integrative medicine means we have to have integrative brain function. Integrative brain function. And that's what is so important about, you know, what I've learned from Sahit and also what I've learned from pretty much my experience in life right now. So such a beautiful story, Sahit. Really, such a beautiful story.
MOTHER. Mother. DRIVES. Drives. THE. The. NATURE. Nature. AND. And. THE. The. MALE. Male. ENERGY. Energy. Is THE. The. MATERIA. Material. Mother drives the nature, and the male energy is the material.
So the connection, I think mother drives the nature and the male energy is the material.
Yep.
When it's material, then there is nature, like the tree is a material and the strength inside the tree is the mother who drives the nature.
Those are connections which also exist with ancient spiritual wisdom from India and ancient Israel, because the female, the Shekhinah, it's connected with the Holy Spirit, with the spirit that blesses the house and brings the peace. And exactly. And it's a metaphor. It doesn't mean that this is male or female biologically speaking, but biologically it manifests in a caring, a motherly caring. And we'll touch on that, Kali and I, at the end, in our part, where Yogananda explains really well that in order to connect with God, you have to cry to the mother side, you know, to the archetype of the mother, God the mother, like the child nags a mother for milk until you get fed. But I'll save that for later. So
Right, I like that analogy. I very much like that analogy.
That's so nice. Okay, any questions? Anything that I think, do we have time? We are with the 1 hour, the first speaking
Yeah,
time.
we're just coming up to the hour mark. So if anyone has some questions, we can.
I have a quick question. Well, I think it might be quick. Saeed, do you feel things, other people's emotions, without them having to say them? I do. I feel other people without them having to speak their emotions. And I was wondering if you do that sometimes.
T H A T S. That's M Y my W A Y way O F of A N A
Next letter.
L I Z I N G. Analyzing. T H E the H U M A N S humans A N D and A L L O L I V I N G living T H I N G S things O and on T H I S this P L A N E T planet. That's my way of analyzing the humans and all living things on this planet.
That's my way of analyzing the humans and all living things on this planet. Yes, he connects to the emotions of the trees. He started to write a book, and yeah, we have not yet finalized the title of the book. Is how you can connect with the nature, and nature is ready to heal you. You have to find the science on how you can connect with it with any emotion. So we are half down. Once he's finished with this book, I think that's what he's trying to say. He is able to analyze the emotion of the nature in connecting with the emotion of the human. And if humans have any disturbance with their emotions, they can go out to the nature and find help.
Yes. Thank you.
Can I make an important suggestion before we go off, which is that we have to substitute Saeed chewing plastic with using some neem gum, NEEM gum, which so this way it'll help his gums because the plastic's no good for him. Remember, I'm your bigger brother, so
Yes.
you know, don't push back on me on this.
True, yeah, definitely. Yeah, though that really, see, Dr. J says neem gum, and we tried with the licorice sticks.
Right.
S U R E
Sure.
sure I W I L I will B R O bro. Sure I will bro.
What does
Okay.
he say? Sure, I will, right? Sure, I will.
Sure, I will, bro. You have to take this teenage talk.
So I would like to know if anybody else in the group would have a question for Sahid. And Kali and I have witnessed to his insightful ways of tapping into, questions and answers. And otherwise, we can move on.
Okay, wonderful. Sahid, thank you so much. And Sarisha, it's been absolutely beautiful to have you here and to hear your story. Oh, Colin's just showing up there, Sahid.
Yes. Hi, Collins. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very good. It's lovely to see you and Sahid. Hi, Sahid.
Hi. Are you going to be here too in next 2 weeks?
No, next 2 weeks?
Yeah, maybe in 3 weeks, right?
Yeah, I'm just up the road from you in Montreal.
Okay, so you're here. Got it.
We'll be passing by your way in a couple of weeks.
Sure. Nice seeing you, Colin.
Yeah, likewise.
Mhm. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody, to listening to our story, interacting with Sahid. I hope this would inspire parents around the globe on how you can be hopeful with a situation and how you can think beyond diagnosis. Thank you so much for having us.
Good.
Definitely, Sarisha, just
Thank you, Sahid. Thank you, Sharisa. Kerry,
yeah, an
Are you-
amazing opportunity to understand that beyond the senses of what we see with our senses, and to really take that time to go deeper to the soul. It's
Yes, yes.
lives
Thank you
within the
so
human
much.
body, yeah.
Yes, behind the human body.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, time for speaker 2. We have Jay Lombard. Jay is a neurologist, author, keynote speaker, and the creator of Genomind, a medicine company utilizing genetic testing to improve neuropsychiatric conditions, including Alzheimer's, autism, and depression. Jay received his medical degree from Nova University in 1988 and his postdoc med training at Long Island Jewish Medical Center. He was the chief resident of neurology there and completed 2 additional years of training in psychiatry. His most recent book, The Mind of God, published in 2018, explores the relationship between neuroscience and faith. Jay will be speaking on questions without answers. As we explore the biological foundations of consciousness, we are confronted with a confounding mystery. The many layers of our inquiry are twofold. How do the biological underpinnings of machinations of our brains give rise to the phenomenology of experience, and relatedly, how do our thoughts and emotions affect our biology? While Descartes posited that we can know reality through his famous I think, therefore I am, current neuroscience inquiries suggest that we feel, therefore we know we exist. In this paradigm, we can safely assume that animate life is distinguished from inanimate existence due to the capacity to feel. Thus, some level of consciousness exists in all living things, and with this acknowledgement, we can re-establish the value of life. This concept dovetails nicely with Spinoza's assertion that God permeates everything, and there is no separation between God and creation, linked by relationship between self and other. Welcome, Jay.
So thank you. So I was thinking about a title about what I would talk about, because I really have no script or slides or anything else to present. And there's a story that I want to actually talk about before I introduce a conversation about what we know about consciousness. The story goes like this. In the Jewish religion, it says that you are obligated to bless God, even if things that are not good happen to you. And it's always an agonizing question. How can a person bless God when something bad happens equally as you bless God when something good happens? So this very man was trying to figure this out and went to his head rabbi and asked him the question to explain to him how that was possible. And the rabbi said, I can't answer that question. In fact, all the books I learned, I've never figured out either. You have to ask this very unique person that's about 200 miles from here, who's not really a rabbi, but knows a lot about Jewish teaching. So he finds this guy, and the guy's living in utter depravity, like horrible, just no electricity, no plumbing, anything like that. And he says, why are you here? He goes, well, Rab Shlomo said that you would teach me how to bless God when bad things happen to you. And he goes, what are you talking about? He goes, there's nothing bad, nothing has happened bad to me. I don't know why you said my life is great. What's your problem? Like, why'd you travel all over here? Because meaning that at a certain level you can reach where there is no distinction between things that appear negative or positive in your life. So kind of like, I feel like when you ask me about consciousness, I would ask you to ask Sahit that question, certainly not me. Okay. So but having said that as an introduction, the issue of consciousness for me is an idea about what we feel. It's not about what we think, it's about what we feel. And when you understand consciousness at that particular level, you realize that everything is conscious. And when you realize everything is conscious, it makes you feel very deliberate about the words that we use and the actions that we take and the thoughts that we have to feel, because we realize this, then our goal in life is to promote life. Promote life. And it's not about anything other than that being sort of the primary driver of the purpose of life. There are stories that of people that did one heroic thing in their life, and they saved so many people as a result of that one heroic act, that when you talk about memory, which really is the glue of consciousness, right? Without memory, there is no such thing as consciousness. And what's interesting about that concept, if you compare memory to consciousness, and from a biological perspective, you identify what particular proteins are involved in memory. What's extraordinary to realize is every living thing has the exact same proteins responsible for memory. All living things. Same protein. Same protein in viruses, same protein in bacteria, same protein in worms, elephants. And, one has to wonder from an existential sort of thought, like, what is the basis of why evolution has depended so heavily on memory, right? So, I'm more of a theorist than I am a neurologist at this stage of my life. So, I've always tried to explain how traumatic experiences that are non-physical shape the brain in ways that are generationally impairing people's brains. And the reason that's such a hugely concerning issue for us as a public health issue at this point in our lives is we have created an entire generation of PTSD people. I don't think there's a single person, unfortunately, alive today that doesn't have some underlying residual effects of PTSD in their own biology. And the concern is that when people have repetitive experience of PTSD, they lose their capacity for empathy. And once you lose your capacity for empathy, unless we figure out a way to restore empathy in people who have lost empathy, we should not seem as relaxed as we are right now. So, it's my point is I don't really understand anything about consciousness other than it's a feeling state. And I certainly don't want to take credit for that, because that notion came from a very famous neurologist who wrote a book exactly on this topic, that is the root of our consciousness. How we get from our thoughts to our biology, and how we get from our biology to our thoughts is actually both simple. It's simple because there's only a very small group of enzymes that are called kinases that are able to regulate the ability of a cell to either turn on or turn off. So biology fundamentally is really a binary event. It's an all or none phenomena. Either you're alive or you're not alive. And those oscillations occur at a cellular level by the transmission of phosphate groups, which are not only metaphorical, but are fluorescent, right? They're the element of light. So the transfer of light from one protein to another protein is what actually creates the mechanism of basically every single disease, and every single drug is based upon that single understanding and mechanism. So when we begin to understand that nature is parsimonious, right? That the same things that are at a nanoscale exist at varying scale invariant types of behavior. And that's where I became interested in looking at Josh's work, because that's the work that he's been studying, for his entire career. And it was one of these very serendipitous meetings about how we met. And it's very interesting because the more serendipitous experiences I seem to have, it's kind of like this accelerating thing. And I'll just give you an example about that, which is relevant to my discussion today. So I was dropping off my daughter at college, and like every father, as opposed to every mother, kind of get excluded from, all the moving and the introducing the friends. They don't want to say, here's dad. They only want to say, here's mom. So I'm waiting downstairs with this man who's also waiting for his family to let him back up. And we start talking, and I said, he had like it showed that he had like some kind of university identification. So I said, are you a professor here? He said, no, I'm not a professor here. I said, I'm a professor at William and Mary, which is not too far from where we were at. And I go, oh, so, what do you teach? And he goes, I teach machine learning. I said, oh, that's interesting. I said, I said, what the problem with machine learning is? He goes, what? I said, it doesn't know how to feel. He goes, you're exactly right. That is the problem with machine learning. And I said, what if we come together and teach machine learning how not to feel, which is really the wrong word, but how to sense? Because really feeling and sensing are essentially two equally phenomenological experiences, except one you can actually write mathematical formulations for, the other you can't. You can't write formulations for sensing, but you can Josh, and Josh, you're going to be going to work after this phone call, I guess, is looking at something called Euler dynamics, or the English pronunciation is Euler dynamics, that looks at the mathematics of protein folding. And the reason that's important is because all diseases, and I know people say, you know, never make the hyperbole of saying the word all. So I will make the hyperbole of saying all, that every chronic disease is a misfolded protein. Every single disease. And unless you understand the three-dimensional architecture of a protein, and if you understand that the three-dimensional architecture of proteins are changing in quantum time, you know, we think that these mutations are static. And that's the biggest joke going, because mutations occur probably, there are probably 10 trillion mutations that have occurred in your cells since we started talking. 10 trillion, if not more. So we're all mutating. And hopefully we're mutating in the direction of evolving into a level of consciousness where we understand that we are living in a feeling state. And I think you know, kind of ironically, this experience of being sequestered from each other has really taught us the need of reestablishing that connectivity, because to me, I personally, my life was pretty much deeply affected by COVID, like I think everybody else's life was. And I spent, you know, 6 years inwardly trying to understand what it is about a viral infection and how a viral infection can cause neurological problems. So here we are, and I'll take any questions, but just leave you with the idea that if we're to create an in situ representation of biology through, you know, a so-called artificial intelligence network, one has to understand that mathematical networks are totally sterile. They have no you know, language that connects them to biology, which is really a problem in machine learning, right? How do you basically transduce fairly complex, you know, molecular events at a cellular level in a computational way? And it really goes down to understanding that all disease is a loss of the normal three-dimensional structure of proteins, and that we need to understand specifically why those proteins misfold. We need to understand how to prevent them from misfolding. And we also need to figure out how to reduce the proteins that are already there from further damaging us, because protein aggregation is cardiovascular disease, right? It's stroke, it's cancer, it's Parkinson's disease, it's autoimmune diseases. So it's a fundamental general taxonomic principle of disease. Josh, and I mean, don't leave me hanging there like
No, I mean, I just don't want to interrupt your flow, because I love to listen to what you have to say. So when you're done and you're ready for questions and answers, let us know. I don't even want to make the assumption that's happening now. Let us know.
okay, yes, that's the time for any questions is now. Yes.
All right. Okay, so I'd like to invite anybody, and I imagine that Paul has many questions or inputs to give us in that respect. And, you know, so
Yes.
I'm gonna leave my input for later, because you and I have talked a lot about this subject. So I'd rather let other people benefit from this conversation.
Right. if I can say one thing before any of the biophysicists in the room want to raise their hand for a dialogue, is part of that conversation I had through the serendipity of meeting this professor was when I explained to him that it's a very simple principle of disease that is basically called chaotic attractor dynamics. And chaotic attractor dynamics is almost like envisioning a black hole, because the energy around that mutation is so powerful in regards to its polarization potential, is that it pulls a lot of the proteins in its surrounding orbit into its matrix as a almost like a cascading snowball effect.
So if you have any questions or anybody else or something you want to share with, you're a cell biologist, so you've met Jay on the phone, I think. I don't know if you're there, but
Yes. Yes, I'm here. Can you
yeah.
hear me? Well, what Jay has told us is partly true. But I think the disease is a very complex phenomenon. And Joshua and I have been studying human breast cancer. When you look at the RNA expression in breast cancer tissue and compare that with the RNA expression of a normal breast tissue, there were dozens of genes which are unique to tumor tissue, and there are dozens of genes expressed commonly between normal and tumor. So I think the disease, the cause of disease, can be looked at least at 3 different levels. At the very basic level, as Jay was talking about, at protein level and dynamic level and so on. That's very exciting. And but that is not the only level, in my opinion. The next level is metabolic pathway level, which corresponds to, say, a sentence in a language, because enzymes are like words. And the final level, third level, is comparable to algorithm in human language, which requires more than 2 sentences. Usually, dozens of sentences are required to reason.
What about
And
here?
cell metabolism have capacity to reason. So I think, in my opinion, the cause of human diseases can be divided into basic molecular level, metabolic pathway level, and algorithmic level. And when we look for the algorithmic level, I'm very excited about that.
Okay. Is there, I think there's a question from somebody. Can
Yes, I had a question.
Yep.
Should I ask it now?
Yes, please.
Okay. This is a question which I'm going to, a couple of speakers in the biological group were discussing about nature and heredity versus consciousness. And since you brought up the question of consciousness, I'm just wondering, you said without memory, there is no consciousness. What exactly is consciousness Is it just memory? No, I'm talking to you now, you're talking to me. So what is it that is the link that separates consciousness from memory?
So Gerald Edelman summed it up perfectly. He said, consciousness is the feeling of what is. It's the feeling of what is.
Yeah. Now, for example, when I make a choice, am I conscious of making the choice? I make the choice now. I don't make it in the past. I'm making the choice now. Is that part of my consciousness, volition and free will and choice?
Perhaps I can add a little bit to your question, White, but let's see if Jay has something else to say. Knowing you and the way you've put your ideas through the books that you've written, to the book that I read that you've written, the now that you're referring to, it's not a temporal now. It's not a now, a point in time that divides past from future. That point doesn't exist. That's a point without dimension. The now that he's referring to is the experiential now, which is a little bit of a boundary, you know, that incorporates sometimes the immediate past and sometimes the immediate future, and that's where we live. Because if you're seeing a tiger in front of you, you just want to run. So that's all based on memory. So if you turn back to run and you're living in the now and you don't have memory, well, you stop running. There's no tiger anymore, and it eats you. So you have to keep a certain memory, which is called neurologists and neuroscientists call it working memory. Working memory is different than biographical memory. So when you're talking about long, memories of the past, distant past, or memories of the future, which you have to even be able to plan, then you're talking about these kind of memories. But when you're talking about working memory, it's still memory, but it's in the boundary of the now that you're referring to as the now moment, the experiential now. So that's not really living in the now as a now that divides the past from the present in a point. That doesn't exist to my mind in our biological world. That's an abstraction in mathematics and physics, but it's not a now that we experience. I don't know if that adds any value to your question, Dwight, but I think it should, a little bit.
But do you agree that we are only living in the now? We're not living in the past or future.
In the experiential now, it's where we most of the time have our lives. And Paul may, and others may actually argue with that too, because sometimes we can travel in our mind into the past. So that's also part of the experiential now, but it's not the physical now that we call the shared now by the clock. Sometimes we can travel to the future in our minds and then bring some information from the future in our minds that it's useful right here, right now in our experiential now. Sometimes people derive insights from somewhere that it's even atemporal. We don't know where it came from, and it's a solution for the experiential now that we're in. So this is not a one-dimensional question. The concept of the now and the past and the future and the transcending of time and space, it's a multidimensional experience, and all of them are valid when you talk about the experiential now.
Okay, thanks.
So
I have a comment. Can I?
Go for it, Tom.
Please. Yeah.
We can experience now, but we cannot maybe represent or describe, because by the time we describe, now has gone. So maybe there may be two kinds of experience. That one kind of experience which we can represent or describe, and one kind of experience we cannot describe, but we can experience it. So in that sense, consciousness may be common. We can experience certain consciousness, but cannot describe it. Not all consciousness we experience may be describable.
Josh, I have a couple of things. I have to go back to work in a few minutes. Does anybody have any other questions about my research or about, because like I said, my ideas of consciousness are, worth a peddler's, portion. My focus is on the biology of disease, and that's where, I sort of live, moment to moment in my life.
There is a
I
question
think-
that was put in the chat. Sorry, I just.
Yeah, go for it, Karen.
Yeah, Nimit has asked, has there been discoveries on how proteins transform or interact with various external supernatural energy, in other words, spiritual effects on human proteins?
I don't like the word supernatural at all. They're natural. It's not supernatural. But of course there are forces that interact with proteins. Who was it? I think it was Saint Augustine that said something to the effect that miracles happen all the time, but we see them as just acts of nature. So I think that the more we understand about the incredible, elegant harmony of the universe, the more we appreciate that, the more I think it gives me confidence that there's a higher intelligence beyond our own personal intelligence. Because I think that, I kind of have a certain degree of anxiety about just everything in the world. I mean, I don't know anyone that doesn't sort of have a sort of a sense about just, how much uh, complete and absolute lack of sensitivity to the most heinous acts that human beings are capable of committing is just such a representation of a quote that Gandhi once gave, where he said that an eye for an eye makes the whole world go blind. And I kind of feel like that's the level of the world that we live in today. So for me, the sort of question about my personal faith in God is the idea that I think anybody who could question the immanent sense of existence. Immanent meaning, what we were just discussing, that we're alive, we're conscious, we're aware, we are, connected. We know that we're alive because we're experiencing being alive, and we're experiencing being alive because of our relationships with each other. That when that breaks down, when that level of relationship breaks down, the brain spins into an area of chaos, which is really not chaos. It's actually hyper order. So PTSD is a state where the heart rhythm becomes fixed in a way that loses its ability to become more variable. And this is also the work that Josh and I have spoken about when we first met, that an understanding of the connection between, the supernatural, if you want to label it that, the natural, and our biological experience occurs specifically through those pathways in a process that's called entrainment. And entrainment means that there's this synchronicity between the various parts of a system that come together and start, being in the same groove going forward. And who wrote a lot about that was Carl Jung, which is where he and Freud said, Freud was like, there's no such thing as a supernatural, right? Kind of like, what Jay Lombard's saying to people about the supernatural. It's not that I don't believe in the supernatural. I just think it's the wrong word. I think it's natural. It's just, but anyway, so, I think the goal, from a metaphysical, biophysical, integrative model of how I think we can understand consciousness, really, I think comes down to the ability to teach, as an understanding of, this problem is not unfixable. It's not. And what gave me inspiration when I was with my daughter at college? It was meeting kids that were talking about machine learning at age 18. Now, when I was age 18, all I talked about was, going to parties and, hoping my parents didn't, catch me smoking pot, behind the, I didn't inhale though, like Bill Clinton. I just did it for fun. My point is that these kids are so precocious. And when I looked at their energy and their sort of openness to sort of take the whole system and shake it up and re-pour it out so something good comes out of it, is I think, I think it's the woman's point in history. I do. I think it's the women's point in history right now. And why I think that's so valuable is because only women would understand if you send someone to battle to kill somebody else, that that parents like you are going to lose a kid, right? Men don't think like that. They just don't. We're all about, like, who's got, a more powerful whatever. So that's my take on. I'm not politically oriented, I'm making political statements. I'm just saying that I think women should run for office forever. Why? Because the connection between their consciousness and the heart does have that intrinsic flexibility, that heart rate variability. That the reason men die of heart disease is because we don't have that. We don't have that mechanism. And I think that, we should teach people that mechanism, including Jay Lombard, who's, constantly at the molecular level, trying to battle disease as my personal salve against the anxiety that I think the world experienced. I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to figure this all out. Like, it's going to take me like a couple of days, maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months, but I'm going to figure this out, So, wish me luck on my research going forward. Oh, and I want to leave with something else, because when I was talking to Sahit, I'm not sure if Sahit and is still on this call or not. If they are, I want to say something to them before I jump off.
They're still there.
They're still
Certain
there, yeah.
things before, I don't.
Okay.
Jay, I will encourage you to stay to hear the talk of Paul.
Okay. Oh no,
Because
perfect. Great. So then I'll.
because Paul is coming, and then we finished this with a
Got it.
rounding. But
Okay.
I don't
Yeah.
aspire for you to stay to listen to me, but to Paul, I think it would
No,
be great
no,
for you.
no, I want to listen to both of you. I didn't realize how long this was going to go on for. Okay, so Paul, please, I'm sorry for taking up too much time on my.
Understood.
Oh, no,
No,
it's your time still.
Wait,
It's fine.
the schedule I thought said I would start at like 3:15.
Yes,
So
there's still time.
There's still time, Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty
Okay.
of time.
All right, great.
But
So
I didn't mean that we have to start Paul now. I meant that because you said you were gonna go to work, I'm encouraging you to stay to listen to Paul. I
got
think
it.
you are more in the same page that you could possibly imagine. It's just
Okay,
that you haven't
perfect.
yet.
So Paul, I have a great idea. After this talk, we should figure out. I should tune you right into, it sounds like there's a lot of synchronicity that I'm waiting to hear. So yes, I will definitely push off whatever meetings I have till later in the day, and take as long as
I
you
have a
have.
comment.
You know,
Stimulated by Jay's talk, a thought occurred to me that the reason we have a difficulty in defining consciousness may be because consciousness have two parts, related to what I just said before about now. Maybe there are two parts, describable part and ineffable part. It's an yin
right,
yang of it. We know what consciousness is, which are describable, like feeling, awareness, and so on. Everybody knows what consciousness is, but that's not complete. Complete description of consciousness may involve description part and indescribable part, which has to be admitted. It doesn't, it's a futile try to describe indescribable aspect of consciousness.
Exactly. That's right. That's why I entitled it. That's why I entitled the book Questions Without Answers. That's exactly right. There are no answers to the question. And that's exactly
what Dwight talked about. He talked about now. We cannot describe now, but we can experience it, just as we can experience consciousness, but there are aspects of consciousness we cannot describe. Same is true with the time. We can experience time, past, and maybe future, but not now.
Yeah, I'm going to add to that something really interesting. When we say that there is an aspect of consciousness which is ineffable and undescribable, we've already described a little bit more about consciousness. So how in the world, you all know and are agreeing that there are ineffable aspects of consciousness, and we're agreeing on that, and we cannot describe them. So what we're agreeing on, it's what I would call I am. That's a word, because I am, you can say the same, I am, and everyone can say I am, and so there is a commonality to our existence, which is at least in words, an I am. And so this I am, it's not definable because there is a potential there that is actualizing in an ongoing basis. But that I am, it's in you, that I am is in me, that I am, it's in everybody. And so that's what I would think in many religious texts is being called the image of God. That I am, which I can recognize in you, even though I cannot describe it. We can agree that we cannot describe each other fully, or even oneself fully, because there is so much to it, but we can agree on that. That's a label that talks about consciousness.
See, what you're saying is, what we're discussing can be extended to include God. God has two aspects, complementary aspects, experienceable God and inexperienceable, inutterable God. Just like now, the concept of now. Maybe there's something common to all these discussions.
If we can formalize that, even to the point that we can accept that science has a part to play in what Jay was calling teaching, yeah? In showing people a path of regeneration, renewal, and healing, and creativity on a scientific manner. And then we can agree that there are things that are not operationalizable because they're not describable, but they're equally important. And so science can, the scientist can conclude, well, there are things that science is limited to describe. And the way you can understand them is by introspection or first-person spiritual experience. And they complement the body of knowledge that we possess as humans. And those things then, I think, can help us put science in a context which is healing and regenerating and renewal instead of on a destructive path. Because science, it's stimulating intelligence, but intelligence can be destructive. So if we take it to the side of constructive intelligence and wisdom, then maybe we make a synthesis that we can benefit from in the future generations.
Maybe postmodernist philosophers may say that, doing science is, the purpose of doing science is not just to know something, but to prove that there's something we cannot know.
That's wonderful. I love that, because the whole point of falsifying hypotheses is exactly that. Science can point to the things that we may know or we know so far with a certain degree of uncertainty. See, that's also kind of crazy, certain degree of uncertainty. So we can go that path, but we also can arrive every day in our scientific understanding to the conclusion that there is so much we cannot know and perhaps will never know. And that's a humble place to be while we're doing science.
I now learn what you mean by I am for the first time. So I am is so obvious. But what Joshua is saying is that there is I am which cannot be described. There's an unknowable I am, which is God to many people. So I now understand what I am mean, Joshua. Thank you.
I hope you do. Because I think we've been meeting in I am since I've met you. I see the light of the Spirit in you and Paul and Jay and Carrie, and I mean, it talks to me all the time. So life becomes a completely different experience when the Spirit is talking to you from all directions, and you can actually read that which is the word of wisdom from memory systems, which are also talking to you from all places. And so you see that there is an essential aspect, which I think what's Dwight referring as non-memory, yeah, which we experience in the now, which is non-describable, and that is our existence itself, and that's the source of all memory and all experience and all wisdom and all understanding and all ideas that we have, because we derive new insights from existence itself. And yes, you're correct to notice now that this is so obvious that it just, goes away. We cannot even stop and say, wow, existence, what an amazing place to be. Be, I am, to be. Not to do only, but to be.
So,
the interesting thing about existence and the word I am is that I am can only exist in relationship to other, right? Because you can't have space or time without relationship. So the idea that I am is a solo unto itself existence, if you want, is only true in relationship to other. And that's kind of what Martin Buber wrote about, the idea that of, I and thou, where there's this relationship that God has that is transcendent and not like immanent as Spinoza's belief in God was. So I find myself between a Spinozicist and a transcendent, and sometimes I don't know where I land, because if I land in the immanent camp of Spinoza, that seems like a much more reality-based, logical platform than to believe that there's something other than other. Because when you start thinking there's something other than other, then you start wondering, well, what other is there that I should worship as opposed to just worshiping God, No,
look, Jay, I can relate so well to what you're saying experientially, yeah, in the world of immanence. I'll tell you, one thing I can relate that comes to mind is the words of an ancient rabbi called Rabbi Yeshua ben Yosef. He's not, very quoted in the Jewish world, but I can tell you that he spoke that. He said, at least in the story of the Bible where he speaks about that, he said, I am in you, you are in me, and we are in him or her, meaning God. So yeah, absolutely, it's a relational, I am, it's a center we share. So it's a network with a common center.
Right. And that center, from a existential, gravitational, meditative aspect, has to come from the heart. You can't change behavior and you can't change cognition from other cognition. It's just, you know, when we have trauma, we learn not to trust. And, you know, what I really experienced, you know, being on my daughter's campus and just, you know, listening and having conversations is they rightfully don't trust any adult. They just, they feel like that we are like, you know, we've had our time, you know, and just let us loose so we can fix the crap that you made before it's too late. And I love that energy because it's exactly the right energy we need right now. But you know, the point is that these problems are fixable. And not only are they fixable, we have to think about fixing them in real time. You know, it's this is not, in my opinion, this is not like a theoretical discussion. It's like, okay, what can we do going forward to really you know, talk about the concept that whatever religion you are, the fundamental element of faith is to help others. Period. End of story. Whether you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, you're a Jew, you're a Hindu, you're a Buddhist, you're a Taoist, that's a fundamental mechanism of religiosity dash spirituality. So how do you put that into motion regardless of your ideology, right? You know, my most famous fictional writer, if you like reading fiction, which, you know, I used to like reading fiction, but now the problem with fiction is it's more real than what's happening in the world today. Like I can't read fiction anymore because what's happening here is beyond fiction, you know. So, but anyway, it was a writer named Milan Kundera, who wrote a number of books. One was called Life is Elsewhere. But his most famous quote is that trauma is simply defined when ideology trumps human life. When we operate out of a particular ideology, regardless of what that ideology is, if that ideology is not connected to, you know, sort of a heart-centric based version of religion, it becomes a very negative tool that is, you know, really the dynamic that I think we have to understand, that we don't want to get played into a narrative like that, right?
See, for example, we've studied the heart rate variability, you know, in the context of the HeartMath Institute studies. We've participated in global coherence projects and heart rate variability here at the embassy. And we understand that aspect really well. But we have to understand that heart it's a metaphor, because you're not talking about the pump. And from the perspective of the HeartMath Institute, it's connected also with an electromagnetic pulse, which appears to be the strongest electromagnetic field emanating from the body, the field of the heart. Now, heart and brain entrain, and we know that through breathing and positive emotions, we can actually entrain, meaning create a sync situation between heart, brain, respiratory system, digestive system, etc., which is connected to general well-being and cognitive clarity. So, moving away from the metaphor of the heart, what we're saying is we need to connect to the source of our peace inside, which appears to be in the area of the heart, which, by the way, appears to be in the area of I am, because when you say I am, you don't say I am Joshua or I am Joshua. You say I am. And so I am, it's about in between the chest and the back. And so that area that we call the heart is not just a physical area, it's an experience of warmth and goodwill and love and compassion that we sense around this area, that suddenly, through breathing and compassion and positive emotions, entrain the brain and create cognitive clarity, and gives us the capacity to respond to the world, to the environment, from a completely different place than if we react unconsciously, or if we act with destructive intelligence only from here. And I imagine that's what you're pointing to, that we cannot continue to apply our intelligence in destructive manner just from here. We have to allow the experience of love and compassion that comes from this area of the body and breathing to actually entrain the brain to make it comply with the whole of life and not only with its makings.
And if you think about, social media as being the virus that spreads, PTSD, whether you call it misinformation or information that's accurate that the other people say is misinformation. If you're a kid, can you imagine all these signals that you get? You're constantly online, you're constantly being fed all these different videos that are programmed specifically as algorithms to convince them to continually watching the shows that they're watching. And we wonder why these kids are so on edge about everything in the world right now. I mean, it's a problem that really speaks to, I think, our collective anxiety about the shape of the world right now and what we can do about it.
It's hard to understand for me when I look at, I mean, for me, it's more easy to comprehend God than humans, really. It's exactly, yes. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to understand, how people miss the boat that in an evolution, in a world which is in trauma, the way you describe, the science that we do will be a science with a foundation on trauma. So it's a traumatized scientific method, which will be a trauma-centric scientific method biased towards everything in life is a trauma. And I can say that the same would happen if we were all in love and there were scientists only doing science based on love. Then it will be a love-centric world where everything about evolution is love. And so really it's not like that. Evolution is so vast that you can develop the habitual patterns and you can select for love or you can select for war or trauma. And whatever you teach your brain, it will learn love or trauma. And trauma usually is learned without consciously teaching yourself to be in trauma mode. It's learned by the environment through reactions and unconscious acts. Love is something that requires your consciousness to tame your reactions, to tame your to deal with your traumas and embody that peace and that love for others. So one requires an effort and the other one is like laissez-faire, let it be, whatever it is, that's life. And it just happens that I don't understand how people, that's what I mean, how people cannot get it. And I imagine that they cannot get it, that an effort to love, it's required because trauma blinds them from that cognitive clarity, which is what I read you're saying to us, and I think that's so important. So the question then is, well, we can only handle many people in trauma at a time. You're a neurologist, you know that very well. How many clients you can handle that you can empathize with. It's a lot of pain to deal with. But every one of us can handle, when we master that inner peace and that love, we can handle the pain of others in a way that really supports them to feel back home with us, with each of us. And so that should be the foundation of a scientist, a mother, a father, a lawyer. How can I make people feel at home with me? And there is a question, which is a very well-known question if you're paying attention, when you arrive to a person who is really conscious and really kind, and he says, what can I do for you? That question, what can I do for you? Not for the sake of interest, for you to become my client. What can I do for you? What is it that you think I do for you? And if we can embody that to others, that will be fantastic. I think would be a path to regeneration.
Yep. It's definitely a very moving discussion, and I'm waiting to hear from Paul because sounds like we have a lot in common to talk about, I guess, right?
We do.
So
One of the things Yeshua and I have discussed before, there are various books of Zohar, Tree of Life.
Yep.
And in the Tree of Life that I respect the most, at the very, very top, there are two principles. And one of them is basically love, and one is basically truth. And if I had to say why our world is currently on a course to total annihilation, and why we are so inundated with meaningless bullshit, is because we haven't really deeply internalized this value of truth.
Mm.
I like the silent space where we can internalize those words, because truth is a huge word. Truth is not just honesty. Truth, to find the truth within oneself requires, let's call it time and space. For us, for humans, requires time and space. Requires us an introspection to put our attention internally to what is truth within us, for periods of time that do justice to that which we want to find as truth. And so we put a lot of time, in surviving, in covering the needs and paying the rent, and that's fine. But then we put a lot of time as a species, I'm not talking any one of you, but as a species, on entertainment, on media, on addictions. And so if we just got that budget out of the way and redirect our time and space, our utility to us, to grow, to find truth within ourselves, so that we can then bring that into the world in the form of constructive intelligence and actions of kindness, that would help a lot, I think. So I agree with Paul. Harry, how are we doing in time? It's Paul's time now?
I think we can, I think it's naturally transitioning into the discussion can continue with Paul. Yeah. That good, Jay, with you?
100%. I want to eat my lunch.
Speaker 3 today is Paul Werbus. Paul is a social scientist and machine learning pioneer. Alongside a long list of achievements to the science world, Paul received the IEEE Neural Network Pioneer Award for the original development of backpropagation and of adaptive dynamic programming. Paul will open a dialogue today, a deeper probe into integrated solutions to the 7 big challenges to humanity in this century. Thanks to the science policy strategy of the old NSF, where Paul worked 1988 to 2015, he was given truly unique access to the far-cutting edge of most of the science and technology disciplines that need to be connected in order to meet these 7 big challenges to humanity in this century. Paul will give a brief overview of these issues and how they connect, and some of the important efforts going on today to address these challenges, and then open a dialogue to sort out the many new connections which our communities can help with.
The larger focus here is on the issue of human potential, which I certainly regard as one of the very biggest fundamental challenges before all of us. But the problem with human potential, children do not grow up overnight. And besides reading people like Jung and Freud, I remember reading stuff like Piaget and Lorentz when I was younger. And I learned that Piaget's theory of human development is overly simplified. But there is this basic idea that we go through stages and stages and stages. And if we try to fly before we've learned how to crawl, we're going to be very frustrated. And a lot of people are frustrated because they're trying to fly before they know how to do the basics of crawling. And when it comes to the development of human potential, something like crawling is something that I have called first order sanity. And I've often sent out the link to my paper published defining that first order concept of sanity, or Zhengqi. And it relates to this metaphor of the mirror. Our sense of I am a conscious being, I look out on the world. That is a very important viewpoint. When we fully understand what we can see, fully taking in everything that comes to our direct awareness, that first person experience is an I we need to use and probe. But then we can also look in the mirror and look at ourselves objectively. And that second I is important. And first order sanity is not choosing the first person I am. It's not choosing the scientific objective point of view. It is developing inside ourselves with the full use of all of our mental faculties, developing a fusion of the images that you can look at that creature in the mirror and you can also feel your I am experience and you integrate them. And the word integration is the #1 challenge at all levels in developing our human potential. Integration is crucial, especially when things become complicated. Our brains revolve to cope with complexity. And modern human society seems to be having real troubles because we get mixed up and go in circles and come up with wild speculations and craziness all the time. And a lot of what we have to do to get past the insanity is to develop integration. And how does integration work? Well, I actually have a couple slides. Yeah. Let's see. I had 2 slides. First, the slide I promised people, if this works. Let's see if I can get my, yeah, okay. I've spent a lot of time dealing with simple life or death questions. In this century, I have learned.
See your slide. You have to share it.
I have to share. Thank you. Sorry about that. Let me see. Share screen. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so this is slide #1, what I promised to talk about. I've been talking a lot all over the world about hello? Okay, I've been talking about challenges to the existence of our species in this coming century. But as one of you just said, we cannot live just on fear. There's also hope. And I see the quantum leap in attaining human potential as the #1 hope that we really need to work on in order to be able to deal with these other things. But this also comes back to some understanding of the mind and the brain and consciousness. There's several things we all have to learn in order to have any hope of making progress here. There are people who use words like consciousness, soul, and God. And there are good reasons why they want to use these words. But when we become adults, we need to remember some simple, basic things from childhood. We need to remember there's such a thing as a dictionary. And I see adults looking like they're going to kill each other, literally, with real weapons, because they argue about things that turn out to be matters of definition of English words. They trust English words so much. They trust their word games. They trust their definitions so much they'll kill each other because they love their definitions of words. But in fact, if we have good memories, we will remember we knew there was a thing called a dictionary. And dictionaries show many definitions of the same English word. And we shouldn't treat English words as if they're gifts from God telling us the right way to think about things. There are many concepts. There are many ways we build up a concept of reality. Now, as it turns out, the functioning of the human brain is not as much of a mystery as many people believe. If people enjoy spending their whole life in a bar and not learning anything new, they can have lots of fun saying we don't know anything, and they don't. However, there's a paper by Werbos and Davis out there and a whole lot of supporting material that talks about real empirical neuroscience data, real science. And the real science tells us a lot about what goes on in the brains of all mammals, including humans. And if we had a lot of time, I could, in fact, we might, if people are interested, We have learned a whole lot. I've learned a lot just in the last few years about what goes on here. But crudely speaking, the human brain, very roughly, is divided 50-50 by weight into two major functional parts. One part tries to understand the world. We talk about cognitive prediction, makes models of the world, representations of the world. And then there's the other part that creates values, emotions, and decides how to act. So this is a simplification right now, because if you've ever built a brain, you know there are a lot more pieces than just two. But basically, there are these two pieces. The paper by Werbos and Davis was really focusing on data on this half of the system, the part that learns how the world works and creates a representation of reality. One of the people who used to talk to us a lot is a guy called Bernie Bars. He started one of the main consciousness series studies. This is not a barroom. This is one of the two leading scientific societies for studying consciousness. Bernie Bars rightly says he is the author of one of them, and he has a theory called the workspace of consciousness. And it turns out our current image of reality is pretty much represented by the outputs of a class of neurons depicted here. This is a real photograph called the giant pyramid cells. And when I'm in a funny mood, I think, gee, the Egyptians talked about the giant pyramids. Well, actually, that's what human consciousness is. It's these giant pyramid cells. It's a whole layer. You could think of it as, it's not a movie screen of the brain, because the movie screen is the input vector X that comes to the thalamus. But our brain processes this information, creates an image of what is the reality that caused me to see what I see. So one level of the brain sees what it sees, and the other level of the brain creates an image of the reality which created this image. And there's a lot of memory here. You mentioned the example of a tiger. Oh boy, I remember that well. In the early days when I tried to explain to people how to build a neural network that works, real machine learning before the bullshitters got into it, we were building machine learning that was much more powerful than what the bullshitters are trying to sell you today. And right at the beginning of that process, one of the examples we considered, supposing you are training a neural network to understand its world, and a tiger comes up to it, and you turn away and you don't see the tiger. Do you imagine the tiger does not exist? This was a very important example for us to think about, because obviously, if there ever were people who thought the tiger didn't exist, they have long since been eaten. A Chinese friend of mine, Harold Su, talked about that. If there were ever any humans who didn't have that kind of image of reality, they have been eaten. There are good evolutionary reasons why the brain evolved representations of reality, which include what they call short-term memory, because it tends to persist roughly 60 seconds in most people. That's not a hard and fast rule, but roughly that's the experience. There's studies of child development where you see how children gradually become aware of the existence of an object they don't see. It's called object permanence. It's a big part of the study of child development. There's some real science there that we need to know, and these new mathematical models fit with what we know of child development. But that's just one level of the system. Our image of reality right now in the brain, well, that's a part of the picture. And maybe I shouldn't say more. I only say it because there was talk about memory, and it's very important how we learn these relationships. And it's about half of the brain.
I'd like to add something to this. First of all, I love this slide. Absolutely love it. And if you could send this slide to me, it'd be perfect. You know, if you've ever read Edelman, he talks about this reentrant phenomena as being the basis of, you know, both cortical diseases and subcortical diseases, where you have these loops between the cortex and the thalamus and the brainstem that become pathological, reverberating links.
Anyway, recurrent networks have been a fundamental part of our field of research for many decades. And Edelman actually, I knew a guy once in Ford Motor who was deeply interested in Edelman's ideas of the evolution of learning. He tried to apply it in Ford Motor, and that didn't quite work. He had to reformulate it. But then he comes up with a formula that does work. And there are intelligent systems in cars today that are much more intelligent than what most computer scientists can imagine possible. It's just amazing. People who had to make things work learned a lot of things that haven't leaked out yet to the rest of the world. But that's a long story. And that's true not only of the auto industry, it's also true of the electric power industry. And it's true of all the major energy users in the climate field. But on the other hand, we have problems right now with instability in the control of weapons, artificial intelligence. There's so many problems in that sector. They could kill us in this century, and that says this century. We have other problems coming beyond this century, but right now, in this century, the survival of our species is seriously threatened by the bad kinds of pitfalls that exist in the world of the internet and AI. One of the people on this list sent me an email before saying, we really have to stop it because it's threatening our existence. And I said, our problem is we're facing a minefield problem.
Right.
And it turns out the term minefield actually is a good common word for describing a very well-defined class of mathematical decision problems, which some of us in the decision field understand very well. It's highly non-convex stochastic optimization over time. And we have new methods to deal with that in computers, but that doesn't heal the humans. And it's kind of scary because when we build computers, there are certain modes of instability which can kill your computer. And we understand how to solve some of them. And we can see them working in humans. But the humans are not solving them. The humans are going unstable. They're creating wars. They're doing all kinds of wild, crazy things. So we need to understand intelligent systems in general, and we need to build better and more stable ones. There are IT executives building AI systems that are very dangerous. I don't want to say computers are all safe. No, I'd say most of the ones that are being deployed now are threats to human life. But yet we know the mathematics of building safe systems, and we have to use it. And we have to overcome the political barriers to doing things the safe way. So that's one of the main things I've worked on a lot. But I learned in 2009, I learned that climate survival is also an issue. In the beginning of the year 2009, I didn't think that climate extinction was such a big issue. And in that year, the National Science Foundation sent me to be the climate person for Senator Specter, who had the critical vote on the committee that handles climate legislation for the US Senate. When I had my interview with Specter, I said, I don't believe climate extinction is as important as people think. I've seen the International Intergovernmental Panel work. They say we might lose 5% of our GNP in a century if we do business as usual. 5% is nothing. We're in danger of wars because of energy security. I told the senator, I'll work for you on climate as long as you let me focus on things that also benefit energy security. The senator was happy. He thought that was the right way. But then in that year, I learned about climate, real science, not the bullshit you see on TV. But I came back to NSF. I got to hear the director of geosciences of the National Science Foundation, who introduced us to the world's leading expert on mass extinctions of all animal life. And when I heard his talk, I suddenly said, oh my God, I don't whether believe it or not. I spent the next 10 years trying to figure out, was he right? Are we in danger of extinction? And the bottom line is, yes, we are. There is climate stuff going on much more than anything you have heard. And the climate stuff that's really going on, that's threatening our existence, there's a website, buildaworld.org. And if you go to that website, in the climate section, there's a paper on risks by Ward, Wadhams, and Werbos. Ward is the world's leading expert on actual mass extinctions. He's a real scientist. He's not the kind of bullshitter you usually hear about on TV. And he gave me the evidence. I looked it up. It's all on the web now. If you go to that website, ever since then, I've been saying, I have to change my way of life. If I care about humans living, I better do something about this stuff. I better find ways to work with other people. But then again, we can't all live off of fear because we have to have a positive alternative. And that's why I see human potential as maybe the #1 positive hope. And these things are connected. What I thank Yeshua for, Yeshua is reminding me, I've been living life in a fragmented way. I have one life doing internet, one life doing new IT for which I got patents, one life dealing with energy and climate, and another life on the human potential. But these things have to be connected. If we have 15 different fragmentary communities all doing different things with different goals, we're not going to be able to solve the big problem unless we have some conversation, some dialogue on how do we make the connections. We've got all of these different intelligent networks of humans and computers. How do we connect the human and the computer networks? How do we achieve integration? How do we unify our thought and work together so that we don't get confused by narrow, small details? So anyway, this is my list. I promised that after 15 minutes, I would shut up. And what I really would like is to have ideas from other people in the face of this strategic problem. If the decision problem is to maximize the probability that humans survive at least 1 century and converge towards achieving their highest potential, if we really think hard about that strategic goal, if we recognize we need to do new things and build new connections, what should we do? And I leave that question to you guys for now.
Thank you, Paul. I would like to say, that sometimes you have to step out of your own way of living. Like, Paul retired and I just step out of, the mainstream usual life to be able to do the things I'm doing today. And one of the crazy things that I did, since I was doing decision analysis for oil industries and banks and all sorts of things. Crazy in big quotation marks, crazy good. One of the crazy things I did was to sit down people here after many conversations with Paul to learn decision analysis and decision analysis under uncertainty. And I mean the mathematical framework of RIFA and the mathematical framework of Ronnie Howard from Stanford, and some of the aspects of game theory that pertain to that area, and the book of von Neumann. And when I mean I sat down people here, I mean, people who are farmers, who have very little mathematical training, people who are artists, who, they don't think in this way, people who are more inclined to say, well, I feel things than I think about them. And I thought, no, this cannot continue to happen. A baby, it's a feels thing, but if you leave a baby in the jungle, it will be eaten. And a person who just thinks like, a predator, it's not going to show compassion. So we have to integrate heart and mind, brain, soul and mind, values and meanings. And so I sat them, and Kali here with me learned Markov chains. Then when I put the first Markov matrix and I talked about transition probabilities from one state to the other, she went, no, mate, that's not me. And I said, Kali, make an effort, please. You have a heart of gold. You don't want to be lost, that heart be lost without understanding larger problems of decision analysis. And she committed to that, and she solved her first steady state limiting probabilities by hand on the board. So if Kali can do that, any one of us can do it. It just, you see what I'm saying? We're all intelligent, capable of understanding what Paul's talking about. And in the field of truth, we should make an effort to understand that stuff from childhood. or teenagerhood, which is the way now we teach the grandchildren of Kali. We show them, you know, all the aspects of spiritual foundation together with all the aspects of science, mathematics, and decisions and complex situations, gradually as they can absorb, as they have a pot, a vessel to bring.
I think from biological ways, it's a lot easier to understand than existential, to be honest with you. Biologically, the bifurcation between something that's healthy and something that's diseased is very stark. And what it has to do with is when you look at a cell, right? The cell has a cell membrane around it. And I got to be, talk, pretty out of respect for the cell biologists on this call to kind of explain a little bit about the concept that, in my opinion, all diseases, again, I will, raise the stakes on my last hypothesis that diseases are protein misfolding diseases, to make a further statement that diseases of cells are when cells become hydrophobic. And if you think about that, the idea of hydrophobia, right, which means that the cell does not want to take water into it, what happens is the cell dehydrates and it dies. And that's probably the primary mechanism of cell death is due, forget like trauma and things that immediately affect the morphology of a cell, is due to sudden shifts in the osmotic pressure of the cell. So what I've been researching is understanding how that phospholipids normally on the surface of a cell membrane are aqueous. They like sponges, right? Because you want to take that water into the cell to bathe the interior of the cell, but you don't want to bathe the nucleus because you'll short fire the nucleus. So the nucleus contains what's called a hydrophobic core that protects the nucleus. And in disease, there's a reversal of that process. It's called a flippase, where certain enzymes change the cell morphology. So now you have a cell that's hydrophobic on the exterior, and once that happens, the cell is lost. There's no recovery of that cell. So if anybody has any questions about that, because it's a very simple, but it's also a very, I think, important finding, because once we understand that disease pathogenesis is biophysical, it's not purely physical, and it's certainly not purely biological. And I think that the ability of people like on this call today can appreciate that, our understanding about biophysics can be applied in a very positive way to help heal chronic diseases by using those models, in a way for healthcare where I believe human intelligence teaches artificial intelligence. People think that artificial intelligence is an oracle. All it is a giant vacuum cleaner with a megaphone, meaning that it just sucks in information and then sucks it back out, so people can create whatever algorithms they want through AI, which is a fool's journey. It is an absolute fool's journey to think that AI can think for itself.
I think it's a fool's journey to imagine that other species and other races are, of course, inferior to us. They couldn't have the magic that we have. It turns out that biological organisms and machine learning systems are incredibly diverse. When we describe what all machine learning systems do or how all Chinese think, I've seen people say these kinds of things, and I wonder, are these creatures conscious? What kind of a biped would run around thinking that there's only one kind of Chinese or only one kind of machine intelligence? These are very diverse systems. Anybody who understands the basics of those systems automatically is confronted with the incredible diversity of the different types. And if you make these generalizations without accounting for that diversity, this is like barroom conversation. There's no truth in it at all.
Okay.
And the issue of disease is certainly important. And I think when we talk about disease of the brain, clearly there are at least two kinds of disease processes. There is where the biology, the cell biology is not working the way it evolved to work. That's one kind. But there's also the kind where the learning experience of a perfectly biologically healthy human, based on experience, can be driven to crazy behavior.
Right.
And a lot of Freud's work fits very beautifully into that concept. Freud's theory of psychodynamics has to do with aberrations in behavior, which can result as a result of traumatic experiences in people with perfectly normal memory machinery, subject to bad traumatic experiences in their early childhood. That's just one example. We have both kinds of phenomena we have to deal with. Fortunately, some of us don't have to worry quite as much about the molecular deficiencies, but as we get old, there is age-related cognitive decline. And those of us who tell the truth recognize that age-related cognitive decline is a problem for Biden, for Trump, for me, and for quite a few other people out there.
Yep.
And there are some real deficiencies which occur with time. And that's an area where understanding the biology can be very helpful. But
Yes.
that's very, very different from the Freudian level. We have multiple systems going on in parallel. I mean, human behavior is not a trivial subject.
That's right.
You know, when we talk about disease, and you're talking about diseases being grounded on protein dynamics, I think that we're, for a moment, forgetting about the fact that, or the fact, experiential fact, that spiritual companionship, a person that you really feel good with, or you connect with, and opens the space for you to explore things beyond the biology, can actually heal your cells and change protein behavior. So you're talking about the mother, for example. Well, a mother in peace, may actually help her baby in the womb to actually have a better life than a mother which is stressed or in alcohol, which will increase the probability of fetal alcohol syndrome, for example. So I think spiritual values, in whichever way we can conceive them in our own experience, have an impact in our biology. And I think this is a very, very little studied subject, because science have moved away from spiritual values and only focus on behavioral values, like good boy, bad boy, reward and fear conditioning values. But spiritual values have the power to change behavior beyond, without the need of a drug, without the need of a therapy. You have this gang member who no judge, no counselor, no psychologist could change his behavior. It was very destructive, met this woman, and suddenly the guy, it's in 3 weeks, is talking really nicely, is behaving kindly to other people, and then the friends of the woman are telling him, how can you be with this gang member? And said, no, you don't know him really well, you just know what he used to do. And suddenly this guy has changed, and when you ask him, well, what made you change? Nobody could advise you to change your behavior. He said, no, I was transformed by the love of this woman. I found myself now to be a person that I want to be, which is not that stuff that I used to do. So one thing is to be willing to be somebody, and the other thing is what you do. So knowing who we are and embodying that kind of presence, even though it's not subject to scientific research, can actually alter your biological makeup epigenetically. Yeah. And so I concur with you that biology teaches us a lot, and that brain science teaches us a lot, and that machine algorithms teaches us a lot. But all that, it's not possible to integrate without the comprehension of who am I? And I don't mean who am I in a self-centered way. I mean, who am I in existence? Who am I when I'm disembodied from this body? There are experiments that I've done here with people to show them that they are not their bodies. And I can do that with you anytime. You know, you end up giving conflicting tasks with hands to people, and suddenly they lose control and they laugh. And you ask them, why did you laugh? And I say, I don't know. I'm not in control. And then I ask, who is I? Who is the I that is not in control? Because if you believe your hands is you, then you should be, you know, and then they realize, no, I'm not my hands. I want them to move in a certain way, and they move in a completely different way. And this is not a psychotic individual. It's a perfectly fine individual doing, you know, trying to play the guitar with different hands in different patterns that he cannot or she master because the learning is not there yet. So they are not their body. They are something in there. Somebody is actually instructing the body to learn. I need to learn the guitar. I cannot play properly. I need to learn, not my body. My body needs to follow through the learning process and create the memory, the muscle memory and all that, the habitual patterns to play fast. But I'm the one that is willing to learn. And my will and my commitment to learning makes my body respond to the level of a masterful guitar player if I achieve that.
Amazing.
And so it goes with health. You know, we're trying to solve problems out here with mathematics and cognition and all that, and we don't understand, health-wise, and we don't understand that we are unhealthy because we're not connecting with the source of all life. You talk about hydrophobia. Well, what about hydrospirit? You know, not hydrospirit, spirit phobia. How many people in the world have spirit phobia without any foundational reason apart from the religious wars that they don't want to participate anymore with? But this is not, you know, religious wars has nothing to do with the spirit in me. And it has a lot to do too, but it doesn't have to do with that. My spirit, I need that water. That, by the way, water and spirit are sometimes connected metaphorically. I need the living waters, you know, to make my body function properly. And my living waters I find in the presence of all of you. I mean, where is freedom of speech without you? I'm not able to speak freely without a pair of ears to listen to me. I can speak to rocks and trees, but that's not freedom of speech. You know, freedom of speech is being able to tell you something because you are free to listen or not to what I have to say. And so we find freedom in each other.
Today, I really found something very interesting. Okay. First thing is, when Joshua was explaining, I am. The second, when Paul was talking about the language English, dictionary, definitions, then, you know, the existential, then somewhere the other explanation that came, yes, we have the experience, but everything in experience cannot be explained in language. So there are several things which I need to re-listen. What actually I'm getting is a better understanding of where the texts with which I go with in the language Sanskrit, whether it is Gita or Yoga, map into the current idiom and the language of the science of consciousness discourse, which I see getting messed up in long posts and exchanges and all that. So I am really getting more and more clear on the role of language. What is the tool I need to use to define the border of what can be expressed, what stands beyond the expression, what is measurable, what is beyond measure? Yes, I experience it. So we have a technical name for that. what is within transcendence and beyond transcendence, the border where the mantra, sound, memory is lost, that thin this one. There are several concepts that resonate in my mind, but right now it's pretty late for me to get a clear expression and the time on that. I'll certainly listen to this video once it's uploaded and share my thoughts. I mean, today it was really interesting. So that's all what I wanted to say. When Joshua talks about the water, okay, so we have an expression for that. The technical word Narayana. Well, did they have the same concept in the past, some 5,000 years ago? What we are talking may not be. There could have been a different language of the nature, and maybe we have lost it. Maybe we are messing it up. Whatever it is, can we discover it? Possibly yes, in all reasonable thinking. Is it locked to the proteins, brain structure, and other things? Yes. Is AI messing it up? Yes. And do we have the freedom for speech? Yes, the freedom of speech is there to access that, but to say it in social media, yes, there are a lot of gags. Well, these are some of the things that came to my mind. I thought I should share before I step out it because it's pretty late before it gets cloudy in my mind. Thank you.
Before you go, can you tell us who you are? Because that was such a beautiful summary of our talk. So can you just, before you go, can you just tell us who you are?
I can't explain who am I. As Joshua said, I am not the hand or the head or the language. That becomes a different language. Okay, I am in the. I'm right now in India. Okay, my name is BVK Shastri. I come from the yoga traditions. On my journeys, I was a part of the TM learning and teaching and the whole tradition. And recently, I came out with what is called the language sounds based meditation. It's a forgotten tradition of over 200 years, Vak Yoga. It resonates very well with the language memory, which is basically kind of encrypted and present in the Old Testament, the tree of life. When I think, was it Paul who referred the two things
Yes.
at the top, the truth
Yes.
and the other thing, Satya Dharma, what we call that kind of a thing. Well, these are the things. But technology-wise, I'm a language technologist who works on the interface by voice between the machines and the humans. What is the conversational interactivity, the model that we need to bring in? Okay, how do I talk to a stone? How do I talk to air? Okay, how do I talk to myself? So this is where I find the issue of the LLM, the language learning models. Have I understood my language? Probably not even 5% of what really language is. So why is it? Because I may be wrong in saying this, the current understanding is so badly locked to the axiomatic definition of the matter. Matter, no consciousness, listed in the periodic table or the ESP, MSP, the fundamental particles and all that. So brain and mind, these have been kind of, overlapped. So where are we going to kind of separate or, pass through these things? A question which raised in this forum for the last 4 years is carbon atom conscious? And that was triggered into something else, is electron conscious? It goes back to the old, I think it was the MMI related publication, Molecules of Emotion, something like that came up. So modern science is good in what it is doing. It is not killing spirituality or religion. It is asking the right questions which the religion, spirituality people have not answered properly. So we have to have a proper dialogue between the two, and that will certainly help for the aspect of the health, what you pointed out. So what is meant by NIH definition of the physical, mental, spiritual health? If you don't postulate what is spirit, how do you postulate the health of it? And is there any discipline which has postulated spirit? Which is I? No. Then what are we discussing? An unpostulated axiom about which so much of confusion is there. So this is
Wow. God. This is like going to like a rock concert, you know, and you got the warm-up bands, and then all of a sudden the guy goes, "Hey, it's getting late for me. I gotta go to sleep." But wait, what do you got? So, as far as I'm concerned, keep talking. We'll give you some caffeine, but so
Well, related to what was said and what Joshua said and what Paul said and so on. I think the concept of hold-on may be relevant here. The language is a hold-on. Consciousness may be a hold-on. Hold-on is defined as any system which includes components and transcend them. So consciousness is supported by molecular biology, cell biology, and so on, but it transcends biology toward spirituality that Joshua is bringing in. And so hold on may be a concept which can integrate various elements of a system that we are discussing here.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Sienkiewicz, and I know Paul, and Paul asked us to address our potential. And I do agree with Paul. It will ultimately rely on diversity and inclusion, equity of all systems, biointelligence, human intelligence, machine intelligence, artificial super intelligence. And I believe that as this makes its transcendence and converges together, it will require us as humans to study more and more about the neurobiology of the human. The stupidity that is going on today is very scary, but DNA only knows one thing, and that's to survive, right? And they don't throw out the weak. Weak DNA doesn't go away. They cohabitate. They live together. And until we know these systems and truly converge them together, I agree with Paul. I think that the only way we can rely on the future is to depend on the diversity of everything. I'm having some singleton moments about when I meditate about this and about what's going on. And I was at a point where I felt exactly like Paul does and has, and it's when you ask the universe that you're just done with this, not in a harmful way, in a post-traumatic stress way maybe, and then you end up not leaving and you stick around, you have to be part of that potential. You have to be part of the solution. But until we converge all of our fields together and talk with one another, I think potential will be more difficult. But I think there's a possibility to reach it. There's a consciousness to reach this. There is hope, I think. Thank you.
You reminded me that the theme of diversity deserves a
Yeah.
little bit more discussion.
Yes.
And of course, there are many kinds of diversity. So I'm tempted to bring back, if I can. No. Okay, this slide. No. Okay, this slide. And this slide. We talked a little bit about higher intelligence. We have to face up to the reality that major important parts of the human species believe that our mind is exactly only what is in the brain. Some people believe our mind is only something magic that doesn't even exist. But there is a middle point of view. And my belief is that the survival of our species depends upon people in the middle willing to work together and learn how to work together. And for those of us in the middle, it is possible to believe, I hate to say it like what the Rosicrucians say, that we are a symbiotic organism. We are what they call an alchemical marriage of brain and soul. And we know that the brain is a very important part of our consciousness. If we didn't know about brains, we would be really pretty stupid. But on the other hand, experience taught me that there is something in addition to the brain in our mind. It took a lot of really extreme experience to force me to accept that reality. And some of you have accepted the reality that, yes, part of our mind is beyond only the brain. The brain is part of it, but there's another part of it. I sometimes use the word soul to describe the other part of it. And that's a very crude word because people assume all kinds of weird things when you use the word soul. But for me, the word soul means there is a part of our mind which is fundamentally more than just the brain. It exists in a kind of symbiosis with the brain. But here's the further extreme claim, just my point of view. The other part of us, what we call the soul, it's like Jung's collective intelligence. Freud was totally mundane. Freud certainly would not accept this. Jung was extremely clear. Jung was extremely clear. He felt he saw evidence, strong evidence, of the human mind doing more than what you can fit within just a brain. And he talked about collective intelligence and archetypes, and he did a lot of very serious work to try to understand this. And here's my claim, that there is a kind of collective intelligence in our solar system that we are part of. It's not the whole universe. In fact, our solar system is just one tiny part of a much bigger universe. But our solar system, we are part of what they call the noosphere, the mind of this system. And we individuals, our souls are like cells or groups of cells within a larger brain. And there is a diversity of cell types, and there is a diversity of humans. There's a diversity of human souls. There's a diversity of cell types. Cells live only if they make good connections with other cells. A cell that thinks it lives in a separate universe, that's going to be a dead cell. You have to connect with other cells. The cells do not all perform the same function. Some cells provide unifying, transcendent models to help the organism understand reality. Other cells just provide memories of the past. And some cells just get deleted because they're not useful. And my feeling is that is your fate, and that is my fate. We might be just deleted, or we might become part of this greater integration of the whole of the mentality of our solar system, working together to stay alive when our entire solar system, the life in our solar system, is in danger. And if we connect, we can survive.
That's so beautiful. Amazing. 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 By the way, I had no expectations about, I thought this was a bar discussion, by the way, just so you know. Paul, that was,
Yeah, keep going, Jay. I just have some feedback again, but keep going.
No, I wanted to thank Paul for creating, a perfect visual. And he's right. We're all cells. We're all cells of a greater spirit. And it's interesting. I was studying a little bit of Kabbalah because I knew that I'd be talking to a guy like Josh, who's cut his chops on Kabbalah. So I was thinking about the concept of in Kabbalah of each aspect of a human being part of a collective one body. And in that one body, you have, areas of physical strength in the muscles, people that are, have that sort of physical capability to, that you need to have to accomplish any task, but you also have sort of the conceptualization of something before you can actually create something. So it goes to the idea that originally one has the birth of the idea. So right now this is the birth of an idea. What we just are having is sort of like, okay, wow, like you're thinking the same stuff I'm thinking in your area, which is in engineering or software. Mine is in biology. People are in mathematics, but we're all thinking exactly the same way, understanding that disease is scale invariant, right? Disease is dimensionless, right? And so is health. So the idea is, for me, is how do we actually take the inspiration of an idea, which then requires a deeper understanding of what that idea is that we're speaking about. And how do we take that into what's called DOS, which is the knowledge of experience, which is the implementation of the inspiration. So if I had to say that, where we are right now is that we have a lot of inspiration. We have a lot of understanding. But the question is now, how do we put that into a working knowledge so that we can, basically protect the Guardians of the Galaxy, if you want to think of this like a movie.
Jay, while Paul was giving the picture of the noosphere and the network of consciousness all over the universe, I was thinking for a moment, thoughts came through my mind when I was a child learning how to surf. And then when I became, a really good surfer. And I used to, say to people, man, you cannot learn surfing by reading surfing magazines. You cannot learn surfing by writing the equations of hydrodynamics. But after you learn how to surf, you can talk to mathematicians and editors of the magazines to tell them how to improve, how they can help surfers to surf better. Okay, so then the hydrodynamic guys will calculate an equation for a surfboard that is better for certain waves than others, and then that, the surfer will go, wow, what you did with your mathematics was amazing, I'm surfing better. But you cannot learn how to surf without surfing. You cannot learn it from a book, and you cannot learn it from an equation. And the same is with life. Now, take surfing and apply it to life. So, in a sense, what our diversity makeup it's giving us, it's a bunch of different experiences that we're trying to translate into language. And from different types of languages, like BBK was speaking. Some people are speaking biology, some people are speaking law, some people are speaking mathematics. But it's the experience that we need to understand better in order to talk about it. Because if we don't understand the experience, if we don't comprehend, more than understand here, comprehend the experience, then we cannot really talk about that experience or articulate it in new models and in new ways that will benefit people to actually get a more integrated, sane world view or experience of reality. So my priority, let's say, has been, since I contemplated on that for a long time, since 1992, that if we want to have an integrated world, I would have, in a world that connects to the noosphere and God, I would have to have that experience for myself before I can really talk about that. And that's when I closed everything and went on a journey. Yeah, and so many things have happened. And so I think that, yes, you know, all that we want to build in terms of our particular small, simple-minded knowledge in each of us requires the all-encompassing experience of that integrity, which is beyond the knowledge we have, each of us. And that integration, it's a revelation that may reveal to you how to get there in a nanosecond of an experience. And then when you come back down to earth, let's call it that way in a metaphor, from that experience, to put what you learned in that nanosecond in motion will take a long time, because now we're dealing with the delays of language. And language is a delay mechanism to reaction too. So you say to people, stop, don't do that. And then they stop their reactions and they don't commit a crazy act. And so in a sense, language can enslave you, but also can liberate you. And so depending on how we understand language and how we use language, we will end up with a dictatorship on top of that, or with, let's call it, you know, an ideal spiritual government of ourselves. And in the intermediate ways, we may pass through a republic, which is more or less, you know, the transition from kingdoms to spiritual governments of a sort. So this is a very complex matter, but without our experience of integrity, we cannot bring that about, even with all the knowledge we have in this group.
Language. Now, is language so precious or trivial to leave it to the fancies of the corporate controlling the technology? Can we make language, it doesn't matter the language of the prayers or language of the society or whichever this one, to be regulated by technology and the source of technology, and say, this is how you will learn, use, interpret language, and we control that. That's where the language modeling as a business by the big companies has become a challenge. So we do need a language appropriate technology, and on this part, this appropriateness has to come from the biophysical models or the consciousness models, which has to be developed. Right now, this is a fuzzy area, and much of the discussion opens up this, that we do not have a human natural. By human natural, I mean, what is the language of the cells? What is the language of the spirit? Or what technically is the difference between a spiritual, scriptural concept of the logos and to an application of a corporate called the word. So logos is not the same as word. It cannot be locked into that. And that's how the business models are running. Can we go for correction of that?
Yeah, BBK, that's a really important matter to me. I mean, and I mean to everybody probably here. Language, as you were saying, in the corporate world or in the institutionalized world of language, yeah, and language in nature are part of the same system, because corporate world is in nature, even though you're making a distinction. So the question here is, how do we use language, we human beings? And do we use it to liberate, or do we use it to conquer? Do we use it to liberate ourselves from our ignorance, or do we use it to enslave others to our own ignorance? That's a very important question. And I think that in my understanding of language, I had to decontextualize myself many times from culture to culture, very consciously, to be able to experience a culture that I didn't know, with its language and its customs and its spiritual framework. And I realized that the common denominator to all these, I had a great time when I didn't understand the language, because I could connect with the people without understanding them verbally. And we had a means to commune, to be together when I was participating in other cultures. So the question is, what is the language of that which has no words to it? And I think that's the language, let's call it the language of the soul that Paul was describing. And to learn how to speak the language of the soul, the language of no words, it's something that we're born with. And so it's a matter of paying attention to that area. But if nobody is telling you that there is a language which goes beyond language in your developmental process, then you don't pay attention to that. You pay attention to the words, to the texts, and you react to them. And in my thesis, I made a very important distinction, which was spiritual values versus behavioral values. And my sense of self based on information, and my sense of self-identity based on spiritual values. So one thing is to think that I am a musician, and the other one is to realize that I am embodied love, that's who I am, that's my identity, or embodied unity, or embodied peace. So when I realize that, I put it in language, I am love. But what does that mean to another person? Very little if they cannot connect to who I am in spirit form, in value form. So when we have that connection with others in spirit form, in language spirit form, which song has called cosmos, then that language, it's of its own kind. It's got its own dictionary. It's not based on words in the dictionary. It's a language that we speak as life speaks to itself. And so you see, the whole world at the moment is one thing, but the whole planet seems to be another thing, because cows are having a great life here in front of me, you know, and the birds, and they are speaking the language of life without being too bothered, too troubled about our inquiries. And so the question is, what do we do with the language that we have been given as a human species to speak? Because language is not just words, as you well said. Language is many things.
Some Buddhist saying comes to mind. According to some Buddhists, as I remember, language is like a ladder or bridge. When you cross the bridge, you get rid of the bridge, or you get rid of a ladder. When you climb somewhere using ladder, once you climb, you reach the top, you don't need the ladder. Similarly, language is necessary to reach the ultimate truth, but once you reach that, you don't need language anymore. You can forget it. So all languages will be forgotten. So to focus on language, that is a world not yet reaching the ultimate truth, I think.
Song, you remind me of a poem I wrote a long time ago concerning temporal structures for our continuous evolution, where we transmute them, continuously transmute that which we create into new structures to continue evolving towards greater heights of spiritual illuminations. So I agree with you. I just wrote it in a poem, which was the transmutation of structures continuously. And language is a structure which we have inherited or created, or a bit of both, where we're using it as a platform to evolve to somewhere else, or to something else, or to someone else.
Until you can
in a lighter way, okay, what the metaphor you used, okay, I can use it in a different way. If language is a carrier, like a car, okay, you drive the car, you go to a distance, but you get off the car, parking it, and when you come back, you reuse it. You don't take the car from the parking slot to your bedroom, right? People may sleep in the car, that's a different thing. But the car is not taken inside a sleeping room. So it is required for a purpose, but it has a limitation. This is the border of what can be expressed, experienced, and what cannot be experienced. Relevant up to this point, beyond this, it doesn't. So that thin border is a very important thing. We have a technical name for that beyond language, anirvachaniya. Vachana is what can be articulated, described, counted, measured. But is it potential or capable, or it can be even considered for description? No. It is beyond any comprehension of expression. I mean, the beauty is such terms, technical terms, were drafted thousands of years ago, and they continue to survive in this wonderful language called Sanskrit, and translated and presented in various ways, is what fascinates me. Why did that sage 5,000 years ago, whether Buddha or Vyasa, even think of these things and give a technical word? Because it is like a car, which helps me to go, but I don't have to take it to my deep meditative space. We are fighting with the car. No. After the car serves its purpose, get off the language.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, without using language to its utmost level, you won't be able to transcend it. You won't be able to experience world beyond description.
That's correct to my own experience, Song. And world beyond linguistic description, it's a completely different experience as a human than world limited or in the framework of language. It's a very different experience. I mean, people are killing themselves, as Paul was saying, based on words and concepts and definitions that they uphold as ultimate truth. So if we essentially experience that existential goodness and wellness, that will solve a lot of problems already. Foundationally, would solve a lot of problems. It's just that we're engaged as a species in a battle of words. And the battle of words leads to a battle of a battlefield, of a real battle, with destructive power. And so I think coming back to this place of being where we can actually understand who we are and our identity as spirit, as values, pure value form, like love, like truth, like unity. Who am I in that sense? That's my identity, my true identity. I ask people, well, who do you want to be a musician or you want to be loved? And they say, well, I want to be a musician because I love music, but I want to be loved. So I said, well, what's fundamental to you? Do you want to be loved more than you want to be a musician, or you want to be a musician more than you want to be loved? And most people answer me, no, I want to be loved because that makes me the musician I want to be. I mean, I want to play music, but I want to express something of value. So then your main identity, it's not what you do, it's who you are, and what you do, it's a means to express who you are. And most people understand that, particularly artists and others that want to reach people and connect with people. If they think about it, their identity, they have to find within themselves. If they model their identity out there, like I'm this and I'm that and they will not find that level of non-linguistic language, let's call it like that you're talking about, Sung. And I agree with you and BBK and others. identity, it's not a matter of what you are outside, it's a matter of who you are internally. That's your real identity. If people are grounding their identity on what they are outside, whatever that may be, they're lost in time and space. Because that identity is temporal. One day they will die and it will dissolve. But the spirit of love and peace and truth and unity have come from generation to generation. It's still alive, expressing itself between us. And so if I'm connecting with that which is always there, trying to find a better, way of expressing those ultimate values, then if that's my identity, I'm married to something which is eternal, which is, let's say, as old as existence itself.
Okay.
That's a beautiful.
So please permit me, it's too late. I'm getting drowsy now at this time. It's in Indian time, almost close to midnight or morning past 2. Okay. Thank you very much for the
BBK, since I'm the next speaker, I'm pretty happy for you to go to sleep. but I mean, you can see the video and everything that we'll put later and catch up with what the rest of the things are. It's been a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much.
As everybody else, actually. It's such a really nice, diverse group of people. So, Heather, it's nice to see you there, and Suzanne, it's nice to see you. I put a face to the, to the words in the group, which I like better than just the words. And well, I haven't met Tom. Have we met before?
Who?
Did you just say that to Sung? Have we met before?
Tom. T-O-M. Tom. Yeah.
Tom, no.
Hi.
Oh, Tom.
Paul sent an email out about this, and it looked very interesting, so I decided to join. So I'm observing and enjoying this quite a bit. The thing that I've studied said you have an experience first and the understanding later. So when you're trying, something happens, and then later we try to put it in words. So I'm enjoying this quite well, and I'm in as long as you go. So,
Tom, it's really nice to have you here. I really wish you feel home in this group, and thank you for gracing us with your presence.
well, it's equal. Everybody here is graceful.
Yeah,
so I've been a regional planner all my life, and so I'm just interested in survival of the planet and humanity is, kind of just a small little project I think we're all involved in.
Where in Virginia are you?
Shenandoah Valley, Paul.
Oh yeah, Shenandoah.
Shenandoah Valley, Front Royal. If you've been to the Shenandoah
yeah.
National Park. Yeah.
Used to go there a lot, not as much lately, but yeah, that was great.
Well, there are more opportunities of things to do than there were 30, 40 years ago,
Arthur is a friend I met in Miami, and he's a very interesting person. Maybe, Arthur, maybe you can connect with Tom and Paul and the people who are here that you don't know.
Sure, I'll put my email in the chat. If anybody wants to follow up, then I'll be happy to hear from them. So it's just very good energy in this group, and I'm enjoying it quite well. Thank you.
Arthur.
Yes.
Well, over there, somewhere in your screen, that's my very well-beloved friend Paul, and now I've met Tom for the first time, and Heather is on the other side, Suzanne is there, but I just met her today, so if you want to have the time to connect with people, you're more than welcome. I just enjoy so much meeting you in Miami that I thought it would be great for Paul and Tom and others and Heather to get to meet you.
Yeah.
I just said that I was aboard today just to listen, not to really get involved in the argument. I do have a lot of disagreement with the discussion of PTSD by
Jay Lambrock. I think that I don't see it as could be a problem for anyone.
Explain what you just said, please, Arthur. I'm not sure what you meant by that. I didn't hear the end of it. I couldn't hear it. You said what about PTSD?
Yeah, PTSD was discussed by Jay as being, very critical and unchanging. Once somebody has that problem, it's a losing proposition. I don't really agree with that.
See,
You've worked with
Arthur is for me, it's a very interesting person because he came up one of my talks in Florida, and at the end of the talk, he approached me and said, I really enjoyed the talk. It was very enlightening. And so I asked him, who you are? What do you do? And he said, well, I used to work with NASA, and please stop me if I'm misquoting you, but I used to work for NASA, and now I go to jails helping people reconnect themselves with love and themselves. And I said to him, are you doing that now? And he said, yeah. And I said, you think I'm an inspiration to you? I wish when I reach your age, I have the strength and the inspiration to help people in situations the way you're helping people. I mean, that was inspirational to me, that him at his age is still going to jails, helping prisoners reconnect with themselves and to find love. So I understand when he explains, the definition of post-traumatic disorder, Jay, in a certain way, maybe Arthur sees it from a completely different angle. And so if you can tell us more where you're coming from, Arthur, that would be fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Is that any better?
Yes, it's perfect.
Yeah.
I believe that everybody has traumas, but that they're all surmountable, and they can just be a learning experience, and you build from that. It's not something that controls your life for the rest of your life. The trauma can be as much of a learning experience as it can be something that's a disaster in your life. That's just my opinion.
Well, I think Jay disagreed with that. I don't know exactly where you reacted to Jay's, if I'm understanding you well, to Jay's proposal of post-traumatic disorder, because I think Jay was saying there is a solution to this.
Mm-hmm.
That we can solve it.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I think there is no disagreement there.
Okay.
I don't know exactly, maybe it's not the means that you would pursue. Maybe he's pursuing it from a point of view of the cell and, and some form of understanding the biological side of disease and trauma so that we can tackle that biologically. And maybe you're understanding it from a more spiritual perspective or mental perspective, that each of us can have the capacity and many of us the resilience to actually overcome a trauma or anything like that. So, yeah. Does that clarify you, Heather?
That resonates with me, actually, but it resonates actually at a slightly different level. It comes back to our own intention. And I'm going to bring up the love and the language and putting our intentions into something that, I'll just say, love. When we intend something that positive toward ourselves, whichever aspect of ourself is either, as we say, broken, if PTSD, if Jay was talking and that it's kind of broken and hopefully we can fix it. I think we can. I think with our intentions and sending love, with the energies that we use, with our frontal lobes, changing the kinds of frequencies we send out, we can change bodies, not only our own, but other people's, and other people's near us and at a distance. And so I think we have access to energy that our bodies, that's why part of why we talk about the language not being adequate to describe our experiences, especially our profound experiences. No, it's hard because we have access to a lot of information that we just don't even know how to process. And I think our intentions, our language is what helps us structure it. All of our cultural systems allow us to structure it, but it also limits us in certain ways. So when we think beyond those limiters and come back to love, I think that's how we're connected. I think we can change ourselves. We can bring so many things back just by focusing our intentions, and then at whatever level we want. It can be surrounding us with people with positive intentions. It can be telling our bodies, okay, breathe better, breathe better, breathe better, breathe with this person, synchronize with this person. Just being with people, we synchronize. And then the cool part is part of why I asked Sahid the question I did, we feel things. When you're in a room with someone who's angry, you might not even have looked at them and you'll bristle knowing, whoa, what's in this room? You can feel people's anger, but you can also feel intense love when you walk in a room. And we all do this. We do it regularly. We just don't notice it, and we don't verbalize it in our heads to incorporate it in our memories to bring forward as one of our skills that we use all the time to read each other. So, okay, I'll try to shut up. I go on. You know me, guys.
I just feel to share something that keeps arising, like with all these different areas that need so much attention in the world at the moment. It's how to approach it in a way that doesn't. I know that's been something for me to look at, but also around the collective of people I'm been around at the Embassy of Peace. Say some of us was like, how do we uphold that love and that peace in the face of those stresses and in the stresses that people are bringing also, because a lot of people are coming having traumatic experiences or high concerns. So it's how to always have that foundation as the priority, that peace, anchoring that peace and that love as your foundation to the day. And we have each been doing that individually, but just recently, and I was sharing with Paul in an email just recently about it, that we made a commitment here to, again, we used to do it all the time, but our work has been very much, our attention has been more in different projects with the science of peace and connecting with people overseas. But we said, right, we're going back to meeting every day for 1 hour to meditate. Yeah. And we do it, even though there's so many things calling us and demanding attention, or it's very important that we do what we're doing. We take that time and we just anchor that quality of space together, that cohesiveness together. And I can see the shift of how each one of us are able to deal with what life is bringing it's incredible to see. Yeah. And that's just an integrity to uphold internally and a responsibility and commitment. Yeah.
Heather, every one of us meditates here by themselves.
Oh, yeah.
What she's referring to is a collective meditation.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Because the collective meditation has an impact in our community and this country and perhaps the world. And we have noticed that through the years. We know that there are things that we do internally that have an impact out there. We just don't, trumpet it or put it in network, we don't have Instagram or anything like that. Right. So it's not something we're advertising. We're just taking responsibility to bring that, which is the quality of our existence, to the service of goodness from here. And then we go and travel around the world or the day as it comes with that space internally to touch people. And most people that we know, they tell us, they report us. I mean, they send us emails. Says, guys, when you left here, you left a trace of peace that's still with us. Like how did you live like that? How do you experience that peace? And it's not that I'm an angel or carry, it's from another galaxy. It's simply that we have taken the time to embody that peace and that love and that nurturing. I spent last year 4 hours a day at nighttime, about 3 in the morning in the States, talking to a person, which is the son of a friend of mine, bipolar, diagnostic bipolar, that he couldn't find any rest. And I would be on the phone with him 4 hours a day. Now the guy is camping with our friends of the embassy after a year. You know, I told him, in 3 years, you'll be okay. You really need to commit to get out of that. And I worked with his, team, with his psychologist to put the dosage of medication down. And we visited them, went into a nature camping meditative trip. And the guy now, he said, the mother told me, I thought I had a lost case. I thought I lost my son to bipolar. I said, no, what you're losing your son is to a kind of intensively busy life on the internet, which creates all forms of hallucinations instead of having him grounded, going and swimming in the river, drinking pure water, and having good exercise, meditation, and good friends. That's all he needs.
It's what we pay attention
to. And the reason I know that, which I've discussed with Jay a lot of times, who is a neurologist and knows about that, is because Kerry and Kali and I have received here people many times with bipolar conditions, and most of them who stayed with us have healed. And they're alive and they can tell you about their experience here. But what did they experience? They experienced Maslow's pyramid of needs, the baseline, being provided for us, a place of home. Don't worry about food, don't worry about rain, just worry about your inner states and whatever you need from us, conversations, talk, music, meals together. And that was the transformative healing process. It wasn't any medication. Medications helped to keep them in balance, while they were undergoing the more fundamental healing process. But the medications have to come down and down and down and down, because otherwise they're creating a problem, not a solution.
Our fourth speaker today is Joshua Davis. Joshua is an ambassador of peace, systems engineer, systems thinker, cognitive neuroscientist, and experimental physicist researcher. Continuing on from his presentation at the last mini-conference, Joshua will share more on personal revelation and will explore and elaborate more deeply on A, why science stops where revelatory experience begins, B, the limitations of language in communicating revelatory experiences, and C, the power of storytelling, presence, and trust. He will also highlight the limitations that religious dogmas impose on spiritual development, prophethood, and sainthood, and the detrimental effects on individual inner peace and social harmony.
All right. So I will give our presentation on revelations and things like that through a video we prepared, which is much more efficient than we improvising this talk, because the talk came as an improvisation, but it came in such a really good format, and it eliminates all the management of gadgets here, cameras and all that, which I don't want to be doing while I'm talking. So I'm going to put you the video, and we'll watch the video for a while, maybe 40 minutes or so, and it's a conversational video, and then we can have a conversation about that too. All right, so we have some questions we're going to cover, but no buts. I'm going to put to the center of this conversation the question, an extra question on how we can connect with God. And then we're going to understand the different types of synchronicities and the different questions that we had offered to answer as we speak. Now, there's going to be storytelling, and there's going to be personal accounts. And I think that will more or less give you an idea, an insight into how to connect with God and how to deal with synchronicities when they start to happen to you after a period, you know, of meditation or prayer that you've spent like 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, or whatever. All right, so the first thing that I would like to talk about is the fact that when we look at institutionalized religious beliefs and the beliefs that people have, that is different than having a direct personal connection with God in the manner of the prophets of old. Now, science denies, not science, but many scientists still deny the existence of God, so they don't give incentives to the students, the science students, to actually seek for God. But I think that in the times we're living, we should actually understand why it is important that we do that, because we're going to need the support, all the support we can get, and particularly support of a spiritual source of wisdom and light and understanding and love and compassion in the times ahead, particularly if we want to properly address the challenges that Paul has spoken so many times to us. And since science doesn't incentivize a personal connection with God, and the message to actually seek to become a prophet or a seer or a wise man or woman, then we should look at which sources in the world can tell us how to achieve those states of being. And all the scriptures that I've read point into that direction, that we should aspire or pursue that path. So, for example, we can imagine Jesus saying things like, the things that I've achieved or I've done, you can do greater things. And give some insights in the metaphors or the analogies or the stories that he told about how to pursue that. The Old Testament is full of stories of that. And also, you know, the stories in India, like the stories of Yogananda, for example. However, many of the mainstream, let's call them institutionalized religious beliefs through their leaders in the many years, you know, that have passed from the beginning of those religions, have told us that in many occasions, many of these leaders have told us that there is no more prophets after the prophets of old. For example, the Christians believe that Jesus was the only Son of God and nobody can compare to that, when he himself is telling us in the stories of the Bible that we will achieve greater things than he did achieve, which is expected from a person who cares for us as a father or as an elder brother. So the Islam tells us that there is no prophets after Muhammad. But see, the Bible says, I mean, the Old Testament, the prophets of the Old Testament say the days are coming where, God speaking, where to the prophet Jeremiah, where I will put my voice and I myself will teach you. So you will need no more teachers or rabbis, and don't call anybody your father on earth, because only your Father in heaven is your real father. And I'll add mother later, as you will see. But so all these messages from the different scriptures are pointing us to seek that personal connection. And the Hindu scriptures don't put any limitations on how high people can get. You can be a normal person with ever experiencing such a union, or you can get to the level of an avatar, and that's, you know, part of your journey and also what God assigns to you. So, all right, so we have all these incentives to seek for a direct connection and dismiss the interpretations of the different religious leaders in their beliefs and in their dogmas, and let God decide if we get to the level of the prophet or not in this life. And so my understanding of that is that we can achieve that, and I don't mean that intellectually, I mean by first-hand experience. And I know other people that have achieved that level of connectedness with God, of right connectedness with God and the larger environment and life in large. So let us try to understand that through personal stories, and for example, what Yogananda has to say about that. And since Kali had a connection with Yogananda, I would like to invite Kali to tell us how she achieved that kind of unbreaking unity with God, and what was inspiring her to actually do that, because obviously through science and schools and religious beliefs, nobody's telling people you should become like a prophet, you should be the light unto all nations. And so what inspired you? What happened with you? And what can you tell the people who are listening?
Well, in 1997, I was looking for some deep answers about what's life all about and who am I and what am I. And I came across Paramahansa Yogananda and his books, Autobiography of a Yogi and The Divine Romance. And I first read the Autobiography of a Yogi, and in there he talked about God as being an all-loving, all-knowing, all-encompassing presence. And that was the first time in my life I'd ever had that perception of God, an all-loving, all-knowing, all-encompassing presence. And I felt, wow, I could invite that into my being. And then I read his next book, The Divine Romance, and in there he talked about God. He said one drop of God's love was 1,000,000 times more powerful than any human love you could ever experience. And if you crave for that connection with every breath, with every thought for at least 24 hours non-stopping, it was impossible that you wouldn't get that connection. And he said, nag God like a naughty child nags its mother. And there was such an energy around me with that. It was like, wow, I'm having that. If there's a love 1,000,000 times greater than any human love, and that's my birthright, he said, I want to experience that. I want to get that. And so shortly after that, I booked myself into an 8-day silent retreat, and I went to my retreat, I sat down, I crossed my legs, I closed my eyes, and I just went very, very, very deep internally, just talking to God, asking for my connection with God, my oneness with God, and just focusing fully on that connection. And after 8 days, I touched a state and a space of just absolute unity and oneness with God. And I stayed in that space for like 36 hours. And it's a space no human words could ever express or describe. And then I came home after that, and I was blessed to be connected by a friend with a Swami that happened to be journeying around New Zealand at the time. And he confirmed to me, yes, that's how it is. And that was my journey.
Yeah, and I would like to know if, for example, very briefly you can tell us, yeah, I mean, you don't have to, but if you can tell us, how significant was Jesus for you in that journey?
Well, fully, because before I actually connected with God, the presence of Jesus, Yeshua, came to me.
Now, I would like to also know if you believe that Jesus is God incarnate, or Jesus is God.
No, because what I experienced when Jesus came to me was just the absolute love and the compassion that just fused my being. However, I was going for God, so I kept going. And after another, say, 4 or 5 days, that's when I really fused with God.
Now, I would like to also know if you have any connections with Buddha.
Buddha. I feel like I have a very deep connection with Buddha. I've always had my spiritual experiences at Buddhist retreats. For me, I feel that this is me, that Buddha wants the divine brought back into Buddhism, that direct connection with God.
Can you tell us also briefly, what do you think about the Tao Te Ching, the Tao?
The Tao.
Do you have a connection to the Tao? How do you experience that, if you do?
I was in China in 2010, and I had a very deep experience when we were in Emishan mountain where Lao Tzu had been, who was connected with the Tao. And for me, I'm sure he had a direct connection with the Creator.
So in your experience, would you say that through all the cultural texts that you have come across, at least the ones that I mentioned now, there is only one being, one God that expresses in different ways or on different cultures? Or do you think that this war between gods, it's what, you know, what do you think about that? That's basically my question.
For me, it's one God, one being, and how it expresses through different cultures and different people comes across differently.
Let us explore a little bit of Yogananda's suggestions, which perhaps are not exactly what you read, or maybe they are, I don't know. But let us try to understand, what would Yogananda tell us? Can you read that and tell me if you relate to that?
How you can talk with God. Extracts from lectures by Paramahansa Yogananda on March the 19th and March the 26th, 1944. Talking with God is a definite fact. In India, I have been in the presence of saints while they were talking with the Heavenly Father, and all of you also may communicate with Him. Not a one-sided conversation, but a real talk wherein you speak to God and He responds. Everyone can talk to the Lord, of course, but I am discussing today how we may persuade Him to reply to us.
How do you relate to that? Briefly tell us if that's something you relate to, or and how?
Absolutely, I relate to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you continue reading and tell us if you relate to what Yogananda says about aspects of the Bible which tell you how to talk to God, which give you an example of King Solomon. See, let's read it.
Why should we doubt? The scriptures of the world abound in descriptions of talks between God and man. One of the most beautiful of these incidents is recorded in 1 Kings 3, 5-13 in the Bible. The Lord appeared to Solomon in a dream by night, and God said, "Ask what I shall give thee." And Solomon said, "Give therefore thy servant an understanding heart." And God said unto him, "Because thou hast asked this thing, and hast not asked for thyself long life, neither hast asked riches for thyself, nor hast asked the life of thine enemies, but hast asked for thyself understanding to discern judgment. Behold, I have done according to thy words. Lo, I have given thee a wise and an understanding heart, and I have also given thee that which thou hast not asked, both riches and honor."
So here we can see that God, you know, God's talking to Solomon and Solomon's talking to God. So there is a dual, you know, communication happening, a both ways communication.
Yeah.
But most importantly, this passage is giving us a reference of what to ask from the Spirit of God, which is not riches or, you know, our personal desires or things like that, but to ask for wisdom, for spiritual values like love, truth, etc. Do you relate to that?
Absolutely.
All right. So that's inspirational to Yogananda, which inspired you. So you see how this thing travels in time and space. These stories travel, they inspire people. People go for the experience, then they get the unity, then they inspire other people in their writings, and so on. Okay. So read that one and let's see what does that say to us.
God is moved only by love. The average man prays to God with his mind only, not with all the fervour of his heart. Such prayers are too weak to bring any response. We should speak to the Divine Spirit with confidence and with a feeling of closeness, as to a father or a mother. Our relationship with God should be one of unconditional love. More than in any other relationship, we may rightfully and naturally demand a reply from Spirit in its aspect as the Divine Mother. God is constrained to answer such an appeal. For the essence of the mother is love and forgiveness of her child, no matter how great a sinner he may be. The relationship between mother and child is the most beautiful form of human love that the Lord has given us. A definite conception of God, such as that of the Divine Mother, is necessary, otherwise one does not receive a direct response. And the demand of the Lord's reply should be strong. A half-believing prayer is not sufficient. If you make up your mind, He is going to talk with me. If you refuse to believe differently, regardless of how many years He has not answered you, if you go on trusting Him, one day He will respond.
Do you relate to that?
Absolutely.
And I need to note that here Yogananda is making a connection to the Divine Mother, saying, you know, that you should talk to God as a mother, because a mother would never refuse a request from a child, whether it's milk or caring or healing, etc. So in that sense, in the universe, somehow, the motherly care for the child, if God is there, should be part of what God understands is a mother. And how He Himself will care as a mother cares of a child, care to answer you, even if you cannot understand the answer. As a baby doesn't understand what the mother is necessarily doing when she's changing his nappies. But later on in life, the baby, when it grows and realizes what the mother has done for so many years, says to the mother, "Thank you, you cared for me when I was a child." All right, so I think we've covered enough at the moment, unless Carrie would like me to cover something else that I may be, you know, keen to cover if there is a need for that.
You've covered most of them, but this one is why science stops where revelatory experience begins.
Well, that's very easy to answer. Science, it's a human undertaking to find laws in the universe that can be experimentally verified according to certain theories and hypotheses we set. There is always answers that nature gives us when we measure through statistical analysis, and they involve a level of uncertainty. So we're not completely sure that this is so. And so that's a human understanding, to understand objectively how the universe works, how the universe is. Now, that applies to our bodies. Our bodies are part of the universe, so we can investigate brain dynamics and see how brain dynamics behaves under different states of mind or activities. And science can investigate that. But what science cannot give us is the experience that a prophet had or Kali had, and the experience of the unity of God. There is no thermometer that science can give us or apparatus to detect how connected to God a person is when the person is speaking, or if that's coming only from their memory process, or is that the word of God just going through the whole body and the mouth, speaking about what God wants us to know. There is no thermometer for that. This is a personal subjective experience, and sometimes it becomes an intersubjective shared experience when two people experience the same prayer being fulfilled together, or the same synchronicity, or a deep love between each other, like husband and wife, or that kind of, or mother and child, or father and child. And so that's a subjective experience, and that subjective experience requires really sound report tools or procedures to be able to detect if what we measure physiologically can correlate with the reports we are expressing. And so that those two things together gives us a broader picture of what is going on within the individual and externally in his or her body when that person is in those experiences. Those correlations are very difficult to establish, as we all know in our studies of consciousness and cognition. Nevertheless, in psychology, we usually make an effort to establish a connection between all the behavioral, psychological, neural processes heart rate variabilities, etc., with the reports that people, subjective reports that people gives us. So that's that. So science cannot answer us how to connect with God. That's something that we have to pursue subjectively, and in the best case scenario, when we get the wisdom of God, we may be able to design better scientific experiments to be able to compare how they correlate the subjective revelation, the revelation objectified in a statement pronounced by a person, together with what the signs and symptoms of a person who lives in peace ought to be. Anything else?
Like in science, yet for different reasons, religious dogma imposes limitations on spiritual development towards sainthood and prophethood, and the detrimental effects on individual peace and social harmony.
Yeah, of course, if we have a scientific community and a religious community of any kind telling their kids that they will never achieve enlightenment or the level of a prophet, well, these kids are not going to be inspired to achieve it unless they're very curious and rebellious and they go against, the established belief. Which is the case of many of the prophets and prophetesses of ancient times, including Buddha and Jesus and others, and Moses and for sure Job and perhaps prophetess Deborah, and who knows, the mother of India. But the point is that these limiting beliefs may hinder the spiritual journey of human beings. And if they don't have reference points in time where they read properly the scriptures for themselves, or they hear other people talking about their experiences like Kali has done today, then they will never have inspirations. And what we know from ancient scriptures is, and from our own personal experience, is that you get inspired by people in conversations or by books that really touch your mind and heart, as she has explained, and I can also report the same type of experience. So this is a set of inspirations that travel from person to person in time and space, and they've come to us in the forms of storytelling. Right here in this presentation today, we're telling you a story, and ideally, that story may inspire some people to go for a direct connection with God, and nothing less than that.
Yeah, that's great. I think I'm going to move into the power of storytelling, presence, and trust, and I think that's the next part of the story.
At this point, I would like to touch on what's the meaning of synchronicities, and when you walk with God, how synchronicities are reinterpreted or thought of to be divine order, and how meaningful that order becomes to you on a daily basis from event to event, that it's inspired internally by God, by the Creator, and then externally it comes to be a form of synchronicity, a confirmation synchronicity, or a prayer synchronicity that is fulfilled, and we'll touch on that. And for that, I'm going to invite Carrie to tell us a story. Then I'll tell you a story, and then we'll see how many we can fit, and so that we can have an idea of how synchronicities go. Those stories are all our own stories. They happened in real life to us. Carrie was present to some of them, maybe none of them, the ones that I'm going to tell today. Kali was present to some of them, and I myself was in the stories, in all of them, the ones that I'm going to tell today.
So the first story is back in 2000, and Joshua and Kali were in Tamarama, Sydney, in Australia. They were sharing some time at Kali's cousin's place, having deep sharings of spiritual matters and sharing a meal. And about 10:30 at night, Joshua turned around and was like, right, he just suddenly said, I've got to go to Bondi. And everyone was like, what do you mean you've got to go to Bondi? It's late at night, nothing's open, we're having a great time, don't go. He said, no, I've got to go. Why? I'll find out when I get there. And the first thing Kali, as soon as she heard it, she knew, I'm going with him. So the two of them walked from Tamarama around to Bondi, about half an hour walk, and as they were walking through the streets, they suddenly, this man was coming in the opposite direction, and they could feel a tangible presence and some sort of connection with this guy. But they just kind of a slight acknowledgement, they kept on walking. And Joshua said to Kelly, "Did you feel that?" And she's like, "Yeah. Shall I go back and say something to him?" And he said, Joshua said, "No, just we'll meet him at the perfect time." You know? So they walked around Bondi for a bit longer, and then they got to the other end of town, and Carly was like, "Well, let's go to this dairy and have an ice cream." So they walked in, and as they were walking in, the same man that had walked past them was walking out of the shop. And Joshua looked at him and said, "Well, it's obvious we need to meet, you know." And he said to them, "Where did you come from today?" And the guy said, "Well, how do you know I came from somewhere?" He said, "Where did you come from today?" "I came from Bali." He said, "Where's your accent from?" He said, "Holland." Joshua said, "Ah, so you're on your way to New Zealand next." "How do you know I'm going to New Zealand?" And Joshua said, "Let me tell you something. About a year ago, a woman came from Holland to New Zealand searching for truth, and she found me. Her journey went from Holland to Bali to Australia to New Zealand. Her name is Anisha. And the guy was like, "Wow." And he says, "You're Joshua." I said, "Yeah, I'm Joshua." "She told me I was going to meet you." And suddenly he just turned very pale, and he walked out of the room in a big hurry. And that was the last they saw him in those moments. Until, well, then later that night, or very soon after, Joshua went to his emails and sent an email to Anisha and saying, "I found him." That was all he said. And she wrote back, and it was an email that said, "Yeah, Wai, the whole page, yeah, I prayed for that. I'll tell you more next time we see each other." Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, the point is that it's a very interesting story, because later on I went to Holland to visit Anisha, and she told me, well, he was a man that used to come and was more interested in a male-female relationship with me, while I'm more interested in supporting him to grow spiritually. So he became a little bit of intense in my face, and I had to tell him, well, I mean, that's too intense for me. I'm asking God to bring Joshua to your life. So apparently after I talked to him, you know, what I remember of the story is that he went to say to God in a public place out loud, you know, by himself, that he was going to prove Anisha wrong. He was going to go to New Zealand and come back and show her that she never found me, and there was not such a thing as, you know, me meeting with her like that, with him like that. But actually found me in Australia before he even set foot in New Zealand. So that was shocking for him. He told me it was a very deep experience. So he told me, well, I know now that there is something higher than just our heads, but I don't want to call it God, because I have an issue with religion. I said, well, I understand that. But I can tell you that you've been hurt, and that okay, now you have something to ponder on for the rest of your life, and if you really care to find out, you may actually have a connection with God of your own, personal connection. And I think that's what Anisha would like to support you to achieve. So that's one of the stories. So the question is, what kind of synchronicities are that? And so we have here, you know, a bunch of synchronicities that I want to show you. And those types of synchronicities are, you know, mainly connected with what Carl Jung described in his books. So there are warning or alert synchronicities, there are confirmation synchronicities, there are prophetic synchronicities, there are manifestation, opportunity, and prayer synchronicities. So the question is, what kind of synchronicity was that? And of course, from the side of Anisha, it was a prayer synchronicity, because her prayer came true. And I had the opportunity to see the manifestation of that. So for me, it was a manifestation of synchronicity. And I imagine for that person that was shocked with that event happening to him for the first time in his life was an opportunity synchronicity. and also a warning saying, you know, or alert synchronicity, seek for the connection with God because it's for real, and here's your opportunity. You have Anisha as a friend, you have Joshua that you found, so you have to ponder on that. And so I would like to think that, you know, synchronicities mean different things to different people, but that depends on what your internal world is going through, what you're going inside subjectively that leads you to a situation where you experience synchronicity. In this case, this is a shared, meaningful event for everyone involved. Kali, Anisha, that person, and myself. And we can report collectively, intersubjectively to that. It may appear from the different experiences a little bit different, but the event is one event. We know this was for real and happened, and it was meaningful to all of us in a spiritual way, in a mystical way. All right, so what I want to say here is, I want to ask Carrie, Carrie, can you tell me, because you were not there in that story, why do you trust that story? Why when you hear that story, you have elements in yourself that signal that this is a trustworthy story, that it's a reliable story?
Well, I trust both you and Carly in a very human perspective of things. However, I recognise, I'm going to say, the presence of truth in the storytelling. I feel the touch of that spirit, some people may say, you know. But and I've had many different events happen in my own life to see and witness to that sort of thing happening. Yeah, and I've seen so many times when you've said you need to go somewhere that something happens in that way. I've seen that in my journey and other people's journey, and it's an order and flow of life consistently happening. If we're aware, or when we surrender and are willing to trust and allow ourselves to be guided by that. Yeah.
I remember when I was consulting banks, we used to say trust the process. Yeah, because it's a more corporate term. But and Peter Senge used to talk about that in the Fifth Discipline and the book Presence, you know, the underlying order of events that are connected to, let's say, the Tao or God's spirit or God's will, or as it's written in the Celestine Prophecy, you know, where the attention goes, the energy flows, and those are all metaphors to refer to the same thing. Is that what you are able to trust that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So now the reader, I mean the people who are listening, can see that if you experience something, if you tell your own story, or if you hear it from another person, that can also be a source of truth and inspiration. But they are all living experiences. They are based on living experiences and trust between people. Okay? Yeah. So network of truth and network of trust are very important in this whole journey. Can you tell us another story?
Okay, so there's another one back in 2003.
And you're witness to that story?
Yes, I was part of this one.
Okay, tell us that one.
Yeah. So Joshua and I are in Dunedin at the time. He was laying the foundational papers towards what would become a master's thesis, the Brain of Melchizedek. And one of the subjects that he was writing on was cognitive linguistics. And he said, I need to go and get a book from the library by Lakoff and Johnson. Yeah. And I need it for the referencing. So he went to the library and he got directed to where to go, and he immediately found a book on Faulkner and Turner, which was about conceptual blending, and couldn't find anything with Lakoff, although it was supposed to be there. And during this period of time, very salient in our day-to-day life was the number 555. It kept on just showing up on license plates, or it was connected to a combination of values, and it was continuously revealing within the whole journey of science at that time in Dunedin. And so Joshua was looking over these books, and then suddenly he saw this 555 on the spine one of them, and he pulls it out, not seeing anything else other than the number. Pulls it out, and it was a book of Lakoff and Johnson, Mark Johnson, and it was called Philosophy in the Flesh, and it spoke all about embodied spirituality, which for me was very meaningful, because you were looking at metaphor, language, and meaning, and how do you express those inner states through language and metaphor. So this book arriving with the 555 and the synchronous flow of things was spot on. And then 2 days later, there was 3 of us staying in this little flat, and we had some funds that was gifted to allow us to be there to do this research, but all of us were living in faith, and there was no money coming in from working. So the funds that we had been gifted had come to an end. So we sat down this morning and said, okay, what do we do? How do we keep this place going? Do we continue on doing this research, or do we move on to and just keep going somewhere else? The 3 of us knew with absolute certainty that we were to continue on with the research. We were like, okay, well, if this is the bigger picture of life, then we need to trust it and keep going with it. So we said, okay, let's see what happens. We know we're committed. We were about to go to the university, and I just felt, oh, I'll go check the mailbox. I got there. There was a card from Joshua from a friend in Australia. So he opens it up, and it was a beautiful card with a really lovely message to him. But inside was a check, and it was for $555. So we were like, wow, okay. It's evident we're still moving. We're in for the research, yeah. So we then went to the university the same day. We continued walking to the university to ring this friend in Australia. Joshua wanted to acknowledge the gift and thank her. And when he picked up the telephone, there was 3 coins, 3 5-cent pieces, 555 again. Yeah, and well, actually, and really also very meaningful in the context of that story was that, in speaking with her, she said that she was in a, like she knew nothing about what we were doing, other than that she just felt, wow, I need to empty the rest of my funds out of my bank account and send it to Joshua. And she had $555 left in her bank account, and she did it. For her to see that also was a real blessing.
Absolutely. So what kind of synchronicities we see here? Well, first of all, it's Carrie telling her own story that she witnessed together with myself and this other friend of us in Australia who was part of the story, who had exactly the same situation happening for her, but she was not in the events that Carrie and I were collecting. She heard the story from us, and we heard the story from her, and because of trust, we know that these things were connected. We were for real. And for me and Carrie, we witnessed to that together, but it's undeniable that she wrote a check for $555, that the book was labeled 555 in as part of the reference number, and that we found 5 cents, three coins of 5 cents on top of the public phone where they were making the phone call with a phone card to Australia to thank this person. Okay, so what kind of synchronicity is that? Well, I would say that synchronicity may be, on one hand, a prayer synchronicity from Carrie and I, where, we were just trying to understand what in the world were we going to do without the funds that we have available to us, and continue the research. So our prayer was heard, and the funds came, and they came through this kind of synchronicity. Okay. Then also it was an opportunity synchronicity because we actually heard the answer from her, and that she knew that she had to send those funds to us and empty her account to support us without knowing what was going on.
That would have been prior to finding the book on the shelf, because it had to come, that envelope had to come from Australia, which takes at least probably minimum 10 days. Yeah, so this is in the past to our events.
Yeah, I can see that. So this was an opportunity for us to continue our research. and to do better work on this area, which today allows us, after years of research and experiences like that, to present to you people what's going on for us in this, which we call the divine order. And then also, it was a manifestation of synchronicity, because what we asked for actually came. Funds to be able to pay the rent while we are doing this research. Yeah? Does that make sense? Yeah. Do we have time for another story? Okay. So I want to tell a story which is very, very important to understand. In difficult situations, we're reading the Keys of Enoch at one stage. I'm not going to tell you the particular story of those soldier I met, because maybe I'll save that story for another time. But I want to tell you that in difficult situations, it's written in the Keys of Enoch, in one of the keys, I think it's 319, that where the people of God, or spiritual people, enlightened people, are gathered together in meditation and prayer, they can even offset events that are very violent, like terrorist attacks and weather environments and things like that. And so at that time, okay, so they were things that were happening in the world, and we witnessed to a set of prayers that actually offset a certain number of events in the world. I'm not going to talk about them today because it's such a long story. I'm not going to cut it short. But I'm going to tell another story which is connected to war or army events, where things can be changed in a whole nation by people who are walking in the Spirit. And this again, the friend of mine in Holland, Anish and I were in India, and we journeyed to Nepal, and then after days in the mountains of Nepal, like, in Pokhara, up to the hills, maybe 3,000 meters up, we were meditating in a beautiful setting, with the Himalayas in front of us. And we sat down in a forest looking towards the Himalayas, or a place similar to the Himalayas, or around the area, And we meditated, closed our eyes, started meditation for peace, for world peace. We were walking as ambassadors of peace at that time in God's will. Anisha was starting to get, an experience together with me on how to walk in that path, and the kind of events that can transpire every day when we walk in faith, when we walk in the flow of the Spirit to serve God. So we're meditating, and suddenly I start to feel that the ground is kind of moving, shaking, boom, 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 a big sound. And both Anisha and I open our eyes and look at each other. And then we turn our heads, and there was this battalion of soldiers in front of us in the mountains of Nepal. So the head of that unit comes to us, and he asks us in a broken English, which we could understand really well. It was not perfect English, but it was good enough to understand him really well. And he said to us, "What are you doing here?" So spontaneously, impromptu, at that moment I answered him, "We're training here for the opposite that you are training here, you and your soldiers." And he said, "What are you training here for?" He said, "Well, we're meditating and praying to God, and we're training as ambassadors of peace to be able to respond in peace to any situation." I imagine that's one of them. So that's while we're training as ambassadors of peace, you're training as soldiers. You're trying to correct a situation of injustice or violence. We're trying to set the stage to prevent that. So when we succeed, you'll be unemployed, or just a figment of the memories of what humanity used to be when we were not yet in peace. We're trying to walk that path and to contribute to humanity to find collectively that state of peace, every human being in each other, so that collectively we can live in peace. So the guy looked at me and ordered his unit to sit down on the ground. And then he said to me, "I will translate, keep speaking." And so I kept on speaking, and he kept on translating the words that came out of my mouth. It's too long to tell you today, but I talked a lot about the meaning of peace and the meaning of war, and what it really means, peace, in terms of an inner state and not an external, kind of way of behaving in peace. Because some people can behave in a way that appears peacefully, but being a turmoil inside. So I talk about things, and that guy, with a tear in his eyes, when I finished my conversation, about 20 minutes or 30 minutes, he said to me, I don't know that I will ever be again the same person. I don't even know that I want to be a soldier again after I've witnessed. And it's not just because of your words, which were very inspiring. It's because what happened to me, to look at you with your friend who is a female, both barefoot, in the Himalayas, in mountains where there is kind of civil wars happening around here. I don't know if you're aware, but you should be here with a guide to be protected, but you choose to be by yourselves and rely on the protection of a higher power. And on top of that, you react so peacefully. You tell me a story to inspire me. And what I realized as a soldier is that if I order my troop to shoot you, they'll shoot immediately. But you have nobody to defend you. So I realized that I thought I was a courageous person for being a soldier for my nation, but I am not as courageous as you are to be a peacemaker, to try to bring peace to the world without no one to protect you, vulnerable to whatever can happen to you in a completely foreign land. And that has touched me so deeply, because I don't know how you train for that. But whatever your training is, I can tell you, I would like to have that for myself. I would like to be able to be in that peace that you are displaying at the moment, and your friend, of course. And I said to him, well, that's called walking with God, knowing God, and reaching a state of unity with the Spirit that gives you a peace that is described in some texts as a peace that surpasses all human understanding. I'm glad that I can display that peace for you today. And I'm glad that I can be an inspiration to you. And I'm glad that we, Anisha and I, are putting our grain of sand to humanity in this event, to all of us, towards peace, towards the prevention of war, instead of having to rely on people like you to correct situations which are violent and undesirable for all of us. So he looked at me and he said, thank you for the day. I now need to keep going. Order his unit up, and they kept marching. And Anisha and us look at each other with a smile in our face, and that was an interesting story that I can tell you today. I only can tell you because I was walking in God's will, and Anisha too. All right? So with that, I will let you to decide what kind of synchronicities were there for the soldiers, for the guy who realized things at that day, the head of the unit, for us who were meditating for peace and suddenly were presented with this opportunity to act in the capacity of ambassadors of peace, which I think we did do justice to that label that day. And I would invite you to seek for a connection, a personal connection with God, or the source of all life and peace, as you can conceive it in your mind, if you have an aversion to the name God or Creator, some of you, and start to journey together to make a contribution towards world peace. Thank you for listening.
I could share something, Joshua.
Yep.
So you said at the beginning of your talk that it's when you are ready to know God, that I guess like an elder brother or sister will show up to support you on that journey. And so for me, I was in China in 2010, and I was on a Chinese medicine course, which I thought I was going along to learn how to heal myself and how to heal others. But what eventuated from that course was very different to what I had expected. Prior to going on the course, I would have considered myself an atheist. And then by the end of it all, I had had an awakening of sorts to the existence of God in my life. didn't really know what to do with that. And so I after the course, I remained in China, and I was trying to integrate all the teachings from the course that I'd learned, Qigong and other things, but nothing seemed to really bring the peace that I was searching for internally. And so after that awakening, I guess I put out the call, and I just said, okay, God, you know, if you are real, show me. And so the answer to that prayer came in the form of another human being, and that human being was Carly. And I don't think she realized. She ended up in China, in the same place where I was, quite unplanned on her behalf. She, as far as she knew, she had booked herself to go to Tibet, but she had to first of all travel through China into Tibet. And so it just so happened that we ended up in the very same city in China, and some mutual friends had connected us together. And yeah, for me, she was very clearly a God-sent person in that moment of my life. And she shared with me her wisdom and what she knew, the truth of God and so forth. And yeah, that was an amazing support for me on that stage of my journey. And from that time, I have continued to grow, and I'm currently in Dunedin, which you mentioned, Kerry, you mentioned in your story, and I'm having my own 555 journey, which feels like it's somehow a continuation of the work that you both have done here previously. And so, yeah, when you're saying, Joshua, about the different types of synchronicities, I would say, that encounter with Carly was definitely a synchronicity. Probably, if I had to choose one of those classifications, I would probably say both a prayer and a confirmation synchronicity. I put the prayer out, and the confirmation came in the form of another human being, Carly. So there we go.
That's a wonderful story. Thank you for sharing that. We need people to share their stories, because that's how we get to know each other in the journey of that kind of dimension. Because most of the time, what are we sharing? Oh, the meal was great. Yeah, the beach was nice. But a story like that is a precious stone. I guess that's why what Jesus said, don't share your pearls, with animals that will not value it. I mean, that's the metaphor he used, with pigs or something like that. But I mean, sharing those stories with the right recipient, with the right cause, which this group is a great recipient for these stories, and trying to integrate science with these experiences, and trying to come up with a form of intelligence and wisdom that we can pass on to one another and others in the world for the next generation to thrive and deal with the challenges we deal. It's an important step on the journey, the collective journey. I think Carl Jung would be very happy, or perhaps he is happy, wherever he is, looking from there and seeing Carrie having stories like these three, thousands of them recorded for a database for humanity on synchronicities. We don't call it synchronicities, we call it divine order, but who cares about the word? I mean, synchronicity, divine order, as long as the stories will inspire people to connect with the source of all life and wisdom and the spirit of the deep, and that's gonna bring the full realization of the potential that we uphold as humans, then that's what really matters. So I think if we could put in humanity at the center of the conversation, peace, inner peace and social harmony, and make that be the most important value for all humans, and all the other things, beliefs, nationalities, all that being, subservient to peace, and then we could achieve we could go a long way. Where when we commit all as peace to be the most important thing we want to attain for us individually and collectively, then the conversation is not about my religion or my nation, it's about what compromises peace and how do we get it out of the way together. And that's a really good talk to have amongst all the people in the world that see things so differently. If they would one day say, no, peace is the most important thing, let's talk about how to be peace, even though we have all these differences, then the center of the conversation would be about together achieving something, which is peace. And when we have a vision and an objective, that's a powerful attractor that we can achieve from the status quo to that vision if we have the values and the stamina to keep going towards the vision. If we don't have the values inside and the strength and the stamina and the resilience inside and the patience, then the value collapses back to the status quo. And so this creative tension between where we are and where we want to be shouldn't be but embraced. It's a creative tension. It's not stress. You know, if you stretch a rubber band, you can break it, but if you tense it, you can have an arrow and a bow, and it serves a purpose. So if you have that creative tension and you have the values to move forward and keep on the journey, I think we can get there. And I'm not only hopeful about the future, I have a sense of knowing that we are going to make it. Even though, you know, against all odds, things seems to point out that there is so much risks in the world. But I think our human potential, it's the antidote to that. And there are too many people in the world who have the same, you know, capacity for goodness that you and I may have displayed to one another. And so I want to think that we have what it takes to deal with the challenges and move towards a world of benevolence and peace, even in the face of what seems to be a slap in our face saying, you're never going to achieve that. Well, yes, I will.
Amen.
Well, I don't know. A man and a woman, you know, you know, all of. No, I know what you mean. I mean, so be it. I just can help it but have some humor sometimes, because I think humor, it's a good antidote for all these edginess that Jay was talking about the generations of today, which seems to be so aged. They don't know how to laugh anymore about things. You know, take everything so serious all the time. And it's okay to be serious about things we need to be serious. It's also importantly serious to relax and be lighthearted and have jokes and, you know, benevolent moments of laughter together.
Humor is a way to bridge differences. Humor is definitely a way to ease tensions and present new ideas and make them more palatable for people when you present them in a paratelic, a calm environment. So humor is a wonderful, wonderful way for us to interact.
Heather, can you tell me a joke?
Oh, yes. Did I tell you that? This is the one I used to use in my class because, well, I'll tell everyone. I used to teach a psychology of humor class at Arizona State University for years. I studied cognition and learning. I started in learning, and my real passion was trying to understand how is it that we find a punchline of a joke funny. And you have to have certain cognitive things in place for us to do that. You have to have subconscious stuff that you cue early on in a joke. So I have this one-liner, one of the only jokes I ever didn't get, Joshua. So what did the Buddhist monk say to the hot dog vendor? To the hot dog vendor.
Tell me.
Make me one with everything. Make me one with everything. I didn't get it.
That's absolutely wonderful joke. I'm going to borrow that joke from you.
Do.
You know what I find funny? What I find funny is that unbeknown to me, you have been involved in the psychology of humor, and I'm asking you to tell me a joke. So I find that hilarious.
It was perfect. It was, and I have used that for years. I mean, I haven't even taught that class in over 10 years. So Oh no, it's one of my favorites because I didn't get it. I mean, I'm a person, I studied humor, for Lord's sake. I mean, I have books in my stack back here, just stacks of psychology of humor. How is it that we process it? What mental health situations, what social situations do we use it in? Humor is a powerful tool of interaction. I mean, other species play with one another too. So I mean, it's not uncommon to jest with one another and mess with each other. So it's healthy. It's very healthy. Anyway, I'll let you go back, play. I told you my joke.
I rejoice in the words of every
Pardon me?
one of you. I really, whether they're serious or humorous, every single one of you is a gift to my life. It makes my life rich. You see, I mean, thank you.
Thanks for having us all together. You give a good party, you guys.
Wish I could share a cake or an ice cream through the virtual, but see, these things cannot be done via computers and internet.
No, but our intention and the wonderful thing that we do when we say things like that, when we want to share, that's what our language does for us. It lets us share that beautiful intent and say, I want this for you and for us. And just to do it, even though this is just the computer, your body already feels different. You feel like you're sitting next to me having an ice cream, don't you? You can kind of feel it. We could do music together this way. We could do music together this way.
If I keep on entertaining that vision, I may salivate for sure.
Hey, now we'll all go have ice cream when we're done.
So my question is, see, this is a really important question, yeah? So now I'm getting serious.
Now you're gonna bust
that was a joke, but I'm getting serious too. So this is an important question. So at which point of the conversation we shift from humor to addressing the serious issues, yeah? Because in this conversation, there are a lot of serious issues and there are a lot, we have some laughter and humor, but the question that Jay was posing was, what do we do with all these experiences that we have had individually and we have collectively to act to contribute to a better world? See, for example, Paul presented on the challenges many times, and today he gave us a really good synthesis about what are the challenges, the main challenges, and what is hope. And so, see, now if I think about that, and I think, well, what's our action in the world collectively, together, or individually? Is it a good idea to share about how each of us is putting their grain of sand or their contributions, to bring a world to a better outcome? Or is it better to be quiet about it and let everybody do what everybody does without trumpeting what we're doing? You see, where's the fine line in the communication process where we don't talk more than we need, but we act instead of talking, in each of us in the place we are? You see, because one thing is, if we share what we're doing, we can learn from each other also of the things we could do for others that we have never considered. If we don't share, maybe we'll find out that we did great things and how humble we were all because we were not sharing what we were doing. But is there a place where there is no need for humbleness or for pride? There is the right action. You see, when do we share and when are we silent? It's not a matter of, I'm not going to share because I need to be that way or this way or behave this way or that way. I'm going to share what's right to share, and I'm going to be silent when I need to listen. And so that's my question to all of us at the moment. Action and listening and speaking. How do we balance listening and speaking? Not to give the same amount of time to each person, because if Paul's speaking, I don't want to talk. I want to hear him, as much as he wants to talk, because I learn so much. When Carl is speaking, it's the same, or others. It's not to regulate the speech so that everybody speaks an equal amount of time. It's that we all know that we have a place and a speech that it will be received when we need to talk. And how is that balance and that flow of ideas? And how do we, act in the world in that way. So if you want to share about that, to do justice to Jay's question, I think it would be a really good thing.
Okay. Yeah, Joshua, I think you inspired me to be more courageous in recognizing the synchronicities that happened in my long life. I was born in 1937, and I will be 87 next month in December. And I've experienced the World War II, Korean War, Vietnam War, etc., and all the poverties after Korean War in Korea. And I was lucky enough to get a scholarship to study at the University of Minnesota. And I got out of this poverty-stricken Korea of the 1960s. You know, after World War II, I mean, Korean War of 1950. Korea was poorest, one of the poorest nations. Now it's very different. In any case, I was able to come to the United States, and with the kindness of our communities in Duluth, Minnesota, I was given free living expenses and so on. So I was able to study. Got a bachelor's degree there, and then went on to State University of New York in Albany, where I got PhD degree in 3 years. And after that, I was able to get a teaching position at the University of Minnesota, Mankato State College, then it was called, back in Minnesota. And my wife then was an American lady who realized that I was not fit for teaching, because I would spend all weekends in my laboratory while I was teaching. And so she thought I should give up teaching and do postdoctoral research. So she gave up her library job, and I gave up my assistant professor job and dropped down to postdoc at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, living in a mobile home. And I finished my PhD I finished my postdoctoral work at Wisconsin in 4 years, and then went on to another postdoc at the University of Pennsylvania. And after 2 years there, I went to Germany to work at Max Planck Institute for 3 years. And after that, went back to US and got a permanent job at Rutgers. And I retired from Rutgers after 40 years of research and teaching just 2 years ago. And I'm now living in Miami, and I'm doing research as active as I was teaching at Rutgers. And I'm at the verge of discovering some very interesting way of treating human diseases and discovering drugs at a cost 100 times less than current average cost, and so on. And looking back my life, there are many coincidences which cannot be explained as random events. But I've been telling myself that those are coincidences, nothing more. And I was reluctant to admit that those may be synchronicities of Carl Jung. And I think your story of a spiritual experience encourages me to reevaluate my life and admit these so-called coincidences may be Jungian synchronicities. And there may be some agent to something beyond my intellectual capacity to grasp that have been behind these coincidences in my life. I think your story and Holly's story and Carrie's story encourages me to come to this view. So I want to thank all of you.
My pleasure. If I can contribute to your life in any way, I'm very glad. I just can say this revelation, which was part of the title of this talk. It's not something that happens to you one day and you forget about it. Revelation is something that happens and then it makes you wonder, what was that all about? And you want more. And it keeps on happening. So I think life is a revelatory process. It's just that people do not realize that until they do. Life is revealing itself to us all the time. So, and I have had many, let's call them prophetic experiences. I think I live in a kind of prophetic life. But the word prophet is so contaminated with religious beliefs. It's visionary, seer, prophet, they're all words. But I would prefer to refer to that as a life in connection with existence itself, with the source of all existence, with God, with the Creator, that allows me to see consciously, to be conscious about a continuous revelatory process, which is colored by many synchronic events every day. So instead of moving in time and space by the clock, like most people do when they have a job, they go at 7, and so on, they move by a clock, by the clock that we usually move when we have these meetings. I prefer to think as my rhythms instead of my clocks. My rhythms of movement and rest are synchronicities. So I move my time and space, my movement in space moves from synchronicity to synchronicity. And that is the rhythm of my life. It's not a clock, it's a rhythm. So, of course, to do that, you need to have a level of certainty in yourself that you don't need to be all the time subject by a mechanical clock, made with, an atomic clock, or whatever. You can live without clocks and know that you will be at the right place at the right time, acting, giving of you what you need to give and receiving from life what you need to keep going. And if you can live in that courageous way of trusting the process of life from synchronicity to synchronicity, you get to have a complete different life experience. That's been my life experience for the last 30-something years. And so far so good.
Yeah, I think meeting you, Joshua, is one of the big synchronicities in my life.
I really enjoy when we work together. I find that the synchronicities that we've experienced together, or the coming together in life, which were in a way, very meaningful events from a former group we were part of down to this group that we're part of now. Paul is part of that process. It was a very meaningful event, and somehow Sarah is here still. See, Sarah, you were in China when Paul and I had this conversation about, it's time that Paul and Joshua just, pick up the phone and write some emails and bring people together to talk about things that matter for the benefit of humanity. You were in Beijing when this IIIE conference, I think IEEE conference was happening. And Paul and I and you had a really good conversation, having a lunch or something out there, outside of the conference. And Paul and I had a meaningful conversation at that time that actually it's perhaps the conversation was a form of prayer or decree, if you want, of what needs to be done. And what we're saying today in this group, a manifestation of it.
I can also add that it was always a prayer of mine that you would come to China. So when you came for that science conference, it was an answer to my prayer.
Interesting. And here we are still together, and I hope we get inspiration every day from one another and from other people out there to keep going and keep doing good things for peace and for goodness in the world. I really do. The whole purpose of all this journey is to raise that awareness so that we can go deeper and participate in making this world a better place. Instead of praying for a good world to happen out of nowhere. See, I don't think the God I know is a God that's gonna make the world like that. It's given us the responsibility to make the world the way perhaps he would like to see a world in peace, the qualities that he would like to see, but it's up to us to make it happen. And so these conversations and this dialogue, it's a signal that there is participation for good, and that it's a good signal, whether you see it spiritually or biologically. You know, it's a network of trust and a network of truth and a network of compassion and love and unity and friendship and all that.
Thank you all for coming today, and look forward to seeing you again at the 5th BPM mini conference at the end of October, which will be on individual inner peace and social harmony.